So, I don't know if we can turn off the lights. Let's see. Nina, do you think those lights will turn off? There's a bypass button too, or we turn the lights all down, or how it works. We can see this video. Yeah, that is one side. That's good. I guess it would make sense for these. Well, thank you for returning. First of all, it was the feedback that we got was phenomenal from last week, from not only from you, but from other teachers that you're talking to, from your site administrators, from your evaluations, the pre and post test from the CGI group last week. It was actually kind of fascinating. It was an exhausting week last week. Mentally exhausting. and I really was. And I told you it in the week on our Facebook page, which I hope you have followed by now. But it was a great week. It was an exhausting week, but it was a productive week. And I think it was a mind shift week as well. And so we appreciate your participation, your attendance, your involvement there. And it's just the beginning. As most of you felt like it was a drip of a fire hose. We barely just stuck our toes in to feel what the water's like, and now we're slowly going to immerse ourselves through the intensives and then the follow-ups in the classrooms. Now, today, we've got kind of a mixed agenda. We are sitting by schools, as you noticed. Hopefully, if you're not with your school, you will go find who your friends are, go sit with them. We're not in our cohort groups today. Also, as an announcement, I think some of you please hear, we're not going to 4, we're only going to 3 today, 3 o'clock. So we'll have you now you're at 3. That was not on the agenda. I just thought I'd be a nice guy this morning and take an hour off. So, no, really, it's only a 7-hour day, not an 8-hour day today. So, and I know many of you have back to school night tonight, and you have a lot going on. Some of you are not even in your classrooms yet because of construction. So, it's a crazy time. So I want to start off. Let me start off with a quick little video. And I've heard stories, actually, a few stories this week of people trying some of the strategies and things that they've learned over the last week. Well, Tracy, sitting up here, she showed me a video of her almost 4-year-old, Mason, and doing a little work with him. It makes me laugh. I mean, maybe because I know Mason, but just watching his processing. So this is a little guy who has not had any formal preschool. His mom and dad don't talk to him at all. He was raised in the woods. He's had no academic language or mathematical experience whatsoever. But we watch him process through this little activity that his mom gives him. She wanted to shoot again with clothes, and I said, no, just bring this one.
If you caught 3 fish in the morning, and then 2 fish in the afternoon, how many fish did you catch on that day?
2 big ones.
But what about the 3 in the morning? Could you maybe use the blocks to help you figure out how many fish you caught? You caught 3 fish in the morning and 2 fish in the afternoon.
3. Big. No big. Little.
Okay, so you caught 3 fish in the morning. How many fish do you have there? 3. And then you caught 2 more fish in the afternoon. How many fish did you catch all together? 3 in the morning. So now how many fish did you catch?
Big or small, big. Big.
So how many fish did you catch all together?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good job. Now let's just get those 2 more balls. If you caught 3 fish in the morning, and then 2 fish in the afternoon.
Yes, that's right. If you're a parent of a toddler having, you can relate to a lot of that. And I love that, of course, you know, the size of the bowl equated to the size of the fish. It had to. And then he couldn't reach over and grab blocks to represent fish because now bowls represented fish, not even more bowls. So it was just hilarious what the associations drew and what he pulled out of the discussion with his mom. So thank you, Tracy, for sharing that this morning. As a kickoff here, we brought in a surprise guest and an individual who has been very supportive of this program since started writing it back in March. And when she handed it over, I said, hey, Rob, I got an idea for you. And we rolled forth from there. But we just want to give Debbie Parra the microphone for a few minutes here so that she can share some thoughts with you from our district office. So Dr. Debbie Parra.
Thank you, Rob. And yeah, that's pretty much how it happened. I said, Rob, we have this great opportunity. What do you think? Here you go. And then here you go. It's a great idea. And he made it work. He and Jeff and a host of other people putting this grant together in a really short amount of time. And so I think they deserve a round of applause. This is one of the biggest grants our district has ever received, $3 million for this. And then, I'm just going to share with you, because I'm excited about it as well, we received another grant to create a careers in education teacher pathway at all of our high schools with $2 million. And so when we talk about growing our own teachers, that's the goal of that grant, because right now we do have a teacher shortage in the entire valley. But if we can capture our own students and support them through college, those that want to become teachers, then they'll come back to us and we'll clear their credentials in BITSA, and then they'll go on and be administrators. You know, we'll meet Doc's womb to tomb analysis that he always used to have. So for those of you that don't know me, because there are some faces in this room that I don't know, and you're probably wondering, who is that lady coming into our rooms and saying good morning and how's it going and why is she doing that? Is she just the hostess? I'm Debbie Parra, and I have the great privilege of working in curriculum, instruction, and accountability. So we're CIA, and we're ready for the jokes. So, I wanted to welcome you all today, but I wanted to just talk to you a little bit. I wanted to see who our audience was. I looked at all your names, but who in this room, raise your hand, if you taught for more than 5 years? Wow, okay. 10 years? 15? 20? 25? 30? Oh, 80. All right.
Wow, you're old.
One of our core beliefs is that we are continuous learners. And I want to commend all of you in this room that have taught more than 5 years that are here to learn something new, to hone your skills, because you're already darn good or you wouldn't be teachers in our district. So to even get better, the commitment you've made to be here for 3 years and learn and think differently about mathematics, I think that's amazing. And I want to commend you for that. Those of you that have taught less than 5 years, raise your hand. Less than 5 years? Okay, and those of you that this is your first year, brand new babies, are brand new teachers. Anybody? But this is it. Yay! Give them a round of applause. I want you to give yourself a round of applause because you actually deserve it. So let's hear it here. You know, last week with Doc's passing, it caused me to reflect on Doc's life, Doc's legacy, which is us in our district, and our core beliefs. And so I took out Doc's charge, and I know that, you know, we all have Doc's charge. We all heard, well, how many people were hired by Doc? Okay. So we heard it, right, when we were hired, and now our new employees since then, I think, have been getting the charge, so we all have it. And one of the first things it says is we believe in high standards. And really, Doc meant that for high standards for our kids, but academically, socially, behaviorally, that we expect the best from our students. And that it doesn't matter where you go to school, whether you go to Temperance Cutner, Fort Washington, Valley Oak, whatever school you go to, we hold the standards up here for our kids. And that we really believe that all kids deserve a quality education. And that's what you're doing here for the next 3 years, is helping to ensure that all of our kids get a quality education. Clovis Unified is a great school district. And when you look at our test results, because that's how we're measured by the public, right? Is our test results. Your parents in your classroom, they measure us in a different way. They measure how much you care about their kids and how well their kids are learning to read, write, and all those things. But to the public, it's what they read in the papers or what they hear from other people. So when you look at our test scores, which will be in the paper because they always are, and we will be above every other district, I have no doubt. But our test scores are going to be good. And we read a book a while ago, that Good to Great. Has anybody read that book, Good to Great? One of the comments in that book is that good is the enemy of great. Because good, when you're good, sometimes you choose to stay there and you don't try to get to the next level. That's not what you're doing in this room. We're going from good to great. And you were the pioneers for our district doing that. And I know we have one school that some people we welcome you to. You're not necessarily in the math grant, but you want to see what's going on. And that's what's going to happen across the district, is when something is successful and something's good, other people want to know about it. So in the meantime, you're also the messengers. And Rob shared with me that some of you are a little concerned, what if my principal doesn't let me do this? You know, or this doesn't look like what we're supposed to be doing at our schools. I was so amazed about a month ago, I was at a conference and some teachers were asking the speaker about that question. We were at a conference for English learners and we were learning strategies to use with our English learners. And they raised their hands and said, well, what if our principal doesn't let us do this? And I thought, it's good stuff, why wouldn't your principal let you do it? But I want to reassure you that part of our job is to educate our principals, our board members, the people at the district office to what you're doing. And we started yesterday with our governing board. We have a curriculum instruction subcommittee. So Rob and Jeff came and talked to them about the grant and the people involved in it and the work that you're doing. We will do the same thing with your principals because we have monthly meetings with all of our principals. So we'll be sharing the things that you're doing here in this room through this grant. And we will inform them, but bring them up to speed because that's what's so important is you have their support to carry on this work at your school site. And I know that you're being stretched and that what we're doing here isn't always in your textbook. It won't be. No. Our textbooks, we've known for years, are just a resource. It's your abilities, your knowledge, your skills that make that textbook work. It's not the other way around. The textbook doesn't make you work. You make the textbook work. We buy the best one that we think aligns to the standards the best. But there's never going to be a textbook, I don't care what subject area, that does everything we want it to do. So just know that you have the freedom, it's a resource, to do what you think is best for your kids. I want to tell you just one other story. You know that we hear some people speak sometimes about the new standards, which are no longer called the Common Core standards, they are the California state standards. They're our standards. And we have people talking to us about fuzzy math. Well, it's fuzzy math because they don't understand what you understand about trying to help kids think about math. The video we saw of the little preschooler, how much fun was that for him? And it was math. You know, if math would have been, I always tell Jeff this, if math would have been fun for me, I would have gone past algebra. You know, back in the old days, you didn't have to go to Algebra 2 to go to college like you do today. So I stopped at algebra, and bless Mr. Sarabian's heart, who was my math teacher at Clovis High, passed me. He said, Debbie, I just like your smile. You're going to pass. And I'm like, thank God. I had fun in math class. I didn't have fun with math. And as a teacher, I didn't know, my background is special education. So I taught, my first class was a 4-5-6 combination special day class. And I didn't know I knew how to teach my kids that you look for keywords in a word problem, and you plug in numbers based on those keywords, right? I thought I was doing a good job. When I listened to Jeff or Rob now, or even saw some of your videos that you're doing, I thought, oh, I could have been so much better for the kids. And that's how I learned math. And once I had a problem that didn't match that pattern, I couldn't do it. And as a teacher, what did I really, honestly, I shouldn't tell you this, but I skipped the word problems. Because I thought, these are too hard, we're not doing it. You know what, when I look at what you guys are doing, the word problems are sort of the fun things when you think about math that way. So I wanted to commend you on all that. I want you to know that the district office totally supports what you're doing, what we're doing here, or we wouldn't have gone forward with this grant. And we will keep informing your principals what it is you're doing. But part of that is you going back and saying, you know what, this is really good stuff. And here's showing them how it works with your kids. And that's what's going to make a difference. So I want to welcome you. And I want to, again, commend you for all this hard work, because I know it's not easy. But last week when I was walking around, my gosh, you were so engaged. You were, and you didn't quit. You know, talk about perseverance. So I admire each of you. So welcome.
Thank you, Debbie. We appreciate your support and your comments. Now, I just couldn't get past the first part. She was talking about, we have $3 million. Do we have $2 million? How many $1 million do we have? $5 million. Every time I ask her for money for something, we have no money. I don't know. What's going on? But
Ross spins more than I do.
Yes, I do, yes. I'm horrible, yes, thank you. But, so we appreciate it. Once again, I mentioned earlier about the feedback we've received. One of the things that I've received also are individuals who are not part of the grant who have been asking throughout this last week, how can I become a part of this grant? How can I become, what can I do? How can principals email me, what can I do to get this into my school? The things that they're hearing that you're doing. You're sort of kind of a cool elite group now. And Debbie used the word pioneer, yeah, you're the pioneers, but what you're getting is something special. And the reason why we were so engaged last week, the reason why that we learned so much is because we have partnered with some phenomenal groups. And I was worried, I told Jeff, we got to plan some activities throughout the day because we just can't have them learn and just sit there all day and work on this stuff. And just that, you know, assured me the stuff, it's going to be engaging in and of itself. And he was right, it was engaging in and of itself. And I want to just recognize and just express appreciation to Raji sitting back there in the back at Fresno State and the Criminal School of Education, the Math and Science Department. We've got both those departments working with us. Now, King Valley Math Project with Mike Chamberlain back in the corner, and he's with Fresno County as well. And then Eric and Carla here from Fresno County, we appreciate their support. Fresno County is our other partner. We're going to give them a round of applause. Thank you. I'm going to turn over. Carl Peters over here standing, waiting for me to hand this microphone over to him. And so I'm going to turn it over to him and the responsibility for the little bit of the morning here. Thank you.
Hopefully you realize you're sitting by schools, right? You caught that? That was on purpose. And one of the reasons why we did that, the main reason is, instead of having you in grade level groups like we've had all week last week, is change is hard. And great ideas die because culture kills it, right? You have the chance as a school to change culture. So we wanted you to sit by school today, and we're going to do a lot of the activities across grade levels by school. So you can have those cross grade level conversations about changing culture. Does that make sense? I am going to show you our agenda. I did not make hard copies of stuff because we're going electronic, right? So at the end of the day, everything will go in a folder that will say day 6, because this is really day 6 intensive, and we'll go in the folder where everything else is. Does that make sense? Okay. So let me just show you what we have going on today, and if I can see which one to hit. This one. Maybe. Hey.
Flash it there, yeah.
Well, that's bad. Here we go. So, I don't know if you can read that from where you're at. Probably not very well. Zoom in a little more, maybe. So, here's what we got planned for today. We're going to do a little debrief of last week. There was a lot of stuff thrown at you last week. A lot, right? So we're going to take a little bit of time to debrief that and kind of think through what you learned across grade levels by school. You also read an article. We're going to debrief that article together. We have a publisher. Your publisher is coming in. And you heard your assistant superintendent say, I heard her too, that curriculum doesn't teach kids, teachers teach kids. Right? You heard her say that, right? But the publisher wants you to know all of the cool things that curriculum offers to you to help you teach kids. So the publisher is going to come in and show you maybe some stuff you didn't know that your curriculum has. So we're taking time to do that today. After that, we're actually going to do a public lesson with you guys in a room like this, which is going to be a challenge, but we're going to pull it off. There's a difference between lesson study and a public lesson. And I'm going to tell you really briefly what the difference is. A public lesson is very similar to lesson study, except for the people watching the lesson didn't have a hand in writing the lesson. Does that make sense? But we're going to divvy up the room, and some of you are going to participate like your students, and some of you are going to be observers like in a lesson study, and you're going to watch and take notes about what people say. So we're going to actually do kind of a fishbowl type of an effect, and we're going to do a little bit of a public lesson so that you can kind of experience what it feels like to do a debrief and kind of get that, so it kind of takes the mystery of some of the lesson study pieces out. So we're going to do that. This piece actually got scrapped. Dr. Young's not coming today. I'm sorry.
But she will be here on one of the other days, and I can assure you she knows what you're doing and she supports it.
Thank you, Debbie. And then in the afternoon we have some math to do, kind of light math, just kind of keep you thinking as we're moving into the end of the day. And we're going to try to challenge your thinking about what kids can and can't do. So that's kind of our day. We're going to stay together all day. We're not going to split up. So this is what we're going to be. So to start the debrief, we're going to do something called a World Cafe. How many of you have ever heard that expression, World Cafe? Besides my one hand. Oh, awesome. Yeah. So in the cafes in Europe, and I don't know, I've never been to Europe, but I've heard, seen pictures, there are these big open-air cafes. And people are sitting around drinking their very expensive coffee. And as they're having these conversations, people leave because they have to go to work or do something, and somebody else will come in and take their spot, but the conversation is still rolling, right? So that new person that just came in, now they have to fill that person in on the conversation that they've already been going with, right? But then that person also brings a fresh perspective to the conversation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. We're going to try to model that in this room. So I'm going to throw some prompts up, and I need one person, a designee from every table. Now there's some tables that are split together. Like Cole here has got one big long table. You're actually two tables. Okay, so we're talking about the physical table. Does that make sense? So we got like 6 people. There's one here that looks like you guys are going to pretend that you're one table. Because I don't want a group of only 2. That'll work. I think everything will work from here. Okay, I need one designee to go and get a piece of chart paper from the front of the room. And while you're doing that, one designee getting that piece of chart paper, I'll put the problem down. Can you introduce yourself? Because I don't know who you are. I spent a whole week here with you last week, except I was only with one of the 3 groups, so I apologize. I became very close with my 4 through 6 group, but K through 3 doesn't know who I am. I'm Carl Beater. I am with the Fresno County Office of Education. I'm the secondary math coordinator there. So I usually work with middle school and high school teachers, so this is fun for me to get to work with elementary school teachers. I'm excited about that. That's probably all you really need to know about me. I've been in the county office for 12 years. This is year 13 for me. I was a high school teacher for 11 years before that. Most of it at Central High School. East Campus. Go Grizzlies. So here's our first prompt. One person at the table needs to be the note taker, the scribe. Okay? One person is the scribe. So pick somebody that has legible handwriting to be a scribe for you. Are you ready? Here's your first prompt. Conversation. You're going to have 5 minutes to have this conversation and chart as many things as you can. There's actually 3 separate prompts. I'm going to let you process them one at a time. So they're going to come up about every minute. You'll see a new prompt come up. Okay? Here we go. First one. Yeah. You get a chart. What did you learn about student thinking and how could that change your teaching from last week? No, you don't have to write the prompt. Just your text. So you're just writing down your thoughts on that prompt.
I think that
going up. They're connected. See if you can see the connections. Here's your next prompt. How has your mathematics knowledge been enhanced by the Summer Institute so far? There's a connection between those first two prompts. Okay, the third and final prompt. Here we go. All three groups read an article together about the 13 rules that expire. And how has your attitude towards some of the things that you have taught in the past changed based on thinking about that article and what you learned last week? Great conversations. I was listening in on several of them. Fun. Great change happened last week. That's exciting to hear. Now, here's how World Cafe works. Remember, some people leave, other people stay. 2 people from each table have to stay. Everybody else is going to get up and find another table. Now, the people that are going to get up and find another table, they'll have to go to different tables. So if there's 3 people from your table getting up to move, they all 3 can't go to one table. They have to go to different tables. Now, when you go to a different table, your table has to have at least 4 people at it. So don't all cram into one table. 2 people have to stay, everybody else goes. Pick who's staying, pick who's going. Leave your stuff. Yeah, you're coming back there. Ready, move. You got 30 seconds to find a table to stand at. Going. You got 10 seconds. Find a table. This'll work. That one will work. There's another room over here. We got it. You there? Good. Okay. Now, remember, 2 people stayed at a table, right? The person that was the scribe is still the scribe. The other person that stayed at that table that's not the scribe gets to explain the conversation to the new people that joined. Okay? And then the new people that joined get to explain what conversation happened at their tables. You got 5 minutes.
Like, maybe they are making a mistake, maybe they'll get the right answer, but you don't know unless you finish their thought instead of just interrupting them all the time. And then we change the way that we're teaching, because instead of correcting, we're going to be asking more open, not just yes, no, but a question that requires a response. So what would your guys' strategy?
Kind of the same thing. So we went to exploration and discovery to help that critical thinking kind of come up. So instead of here's a problem, here's the algorithm, memorize it, here now do problems 1 to 30. Maybe they'll do one problem, but they've gone through kind of like the fish problem or the 4-year-old. Letting them kind of walk through and just kind of go through the doors of maybe they're going to get the wrong answer, let them explain. So that was kind of how we were going to teach it. Give students the appropriate wait time. Essentially wait them out. They've learned that they wait long enough, they're going to say they didn't. Just understand that it's okay to have the awkward silence in the classroom for 10 seconds, or 15, or 60. And then failure is just as important as success. So, kind of like what you said also, let them walk through it, maybe they'll find their mistake. Go from there.
Next.
A lot of the same stuff. So we, one of our big aha was that the algorithm does not equal their understanding, and that we're doing the students a disservice when we're giving them those rules. So we're actually making things harder for them when we're giving them those rules, because later on they're going to find that those rules don't always apply, and then they have to reteach themselves and that kind of thing. And also we need to be able to allow more time to explore with the manipulatives and talk to each other, and like I said, the wait time is a big one too, and not cut them off, actually let them finish their thought.
Because you want to get to the answer, and I mean it's important. Jeremy's all, I'm just writing it down.
Upper grade teachers?
One thing I forgot to add, as you're adding new stuff to your conversation, add more stuff to your poster. If new thoughts come in, improve, add some new stuff to the poster.
another thing, like you're saying, you're not just saying, yeah, that's right, you're exploring it and sharing with other people. You know, my parents were like, that would be really interesting. So I'm excited to see that exploration and confidence build up.
Concepts together instead of process.
For example, addition with subtraction.
Yeah. And then the other thing was vocabulary. Okay. Versus math keywords.
A lot of those are definitely vocabulary versus,
you know, so you work inside, go out, and then you do the rest of it. But they're saying, you know, it's like, and I think this was in this rule where it says, you know, where it's only like the multiplication, but it's like it's always been like addition and subtraction, whichever comes in the problem from right to or left to right. That's how, but they don't even add that in here, so it's like I don't know whoever teaches it that way. So it's like I don't know, but that was like confusing to me. But I think that we do need to remember that they're not tricks, because and the kids always look at it as shortcuts, and that's how they're always going to be now.
She said, so I take that.
They don't realize that there's another side. There's like that, the positive and the negative side, but you're right.
So to open that up to them, I think is important.
And we will have someone that's going to notice that.
Yeah, well, and they do know, I lend you my pencil now, you owe me, you know, so they do have that concept of negative. It's just now you're putting a negative number in there. So even at that young age, they have that concept. We just kind of have assumed that they didn't.
Yeah,
or like they can't, but they can't.
It's going back to what their natural ability, their ability to think. They have that. It's just trying to pull it out of them with the right type of question.
So I'm thinking instead of saying you never, you could say this maybe. Right now we are going to take the smaller number away from the bigger number.
Right. Yes. Right.
And I have
like to see you do right.
This is what we're doing right now.
I have, and I a couple times I've caught myself saying that next year in first grade your teacher's going to teach you about that.
Yeah. Well, and then one of the teachers said,
Generalization construction, which is a very powerful learning experience.
And I think also it empowers them.
Sure.
Yeah.
I almost hate to stop the conversations because they're so rich happening. But I need to stop.
Hold on.
Okay, now, you added new blood to your table, created a completely different dynamic to the conversation, right? One more iteration. Those same two people that stayed at the table still stay. They're the owners of the knowledge at that table. But everybody else, the new people that came in, you got to get up and go find new tables to sit at. Go. You got 1 minute to find another table. Got musical chairs. You can do it. Okay, so the two people that have been at the table the whole time, explain the conversation that you've had so far to the new people. New people, explain the conversations you've had at your table so far. You got 5 more minutes, go.
They're thinking, making sure we are asking more open-ended questions. And then the people who came in said, algorithm does not equal understanding, and that to give the students more wait time, so that you're not just talking at them, you're allowing them a thought process and letting them think about, you know, the problem and let them naturally work it out. Did you have, what thoughts did you have at your table?
For the first question, we were talking about the development, you know, the change in development, and looking at, you know, how we talk about the emergent, anticipatory, the non-anticipatory, and how they don't move up, but they move throughout depending on the problem that they're trying to solve.
It's not black and white.
It's not a black and white. You know, you're here one day, and then we're going to build you up to go over here. So it's all about the student in the problem, whatever problem it is. So that's how we. And then kindergarten was talking about the direct model, and you know how they were talking about what was it? The intuitive. You know how they can observe intuitive even in kindergarten, and that was amazing.
That was, I agree.
Are you kindergarten?
No, I'm third grade.
Yeah. So.
What were you guys talking about, Josh?
But they knew when it didn't work. But I couldn't use their technique because I didn't always know if that technique was not going to work. And so if it works every time, good. But if you don't know, don't use it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That is a great point.
And we're going to have a lot of different developmental levels.
Yes.
So, kindergarten. I was on the I kind of knew the math, but I couldn't tell you why that was. I wouldn't have been able to explain it to anybody.
Let's turn that into a positive, okay, so we don't sound like it. As it's on video, let's try that.
Pretend I'm not here. I know it's hard, I'm sorry.
You gotta warn us on the conversation.
Are you planning the lesson for the first day of school? We're ready, parents. We're ready. And I'm going to lay it up and lay it arrested in my mathematical and I think it is still a simpler way to make an answer. And then
What did your group focus on?
Allowing this time an opportunity to communicate with each other, because they speak in a language that we don't necessarily speak, and they can sometimes convey a meaning to something that we never thought of. So allowing them to teach each other or learn from each other or gain understanding from each other that we didn't have before. I think that's powerful.
I get your attention back. Great conversations happening. Now, thank the people at your table that you just had a great conversation with. And go back to your original table, please. time, a couple of things. You have all this cool knowledge that you have as you share these ideas, and you got to meet people from around the district, different grade levels as you share your thoughts. I'm going to have each table share a thing that they've had a conversation about briefly, and there's a lot of tables. So we're just going to whip around the room, and I'm just going to walk around and put the microphone out. And you guys are going to share one thing, okay? So decide right now who's sharing and what you're going to say, because I'm literally going to just reach the microphone out. Okay? We ready? One thought per table. Here we go. Everybody hear that? It's about self-reflection, so the kids need to self-reflect, right? I'll come back. Here we go.
Unconventional strategies.
Ooh, kids have unconventional strategies, which are good, right? They actually lead to good mathematics a lot of times. Who's ready? Who's ready?
Using your fingers to count is okay. It's called direct modeling. You could have heard that.
Changing the way we do it to they do, we do, I do.
Flipping a lesson. Put the direct instruction at the back, right?
Limiting beliefs.
Okay, limiting beliefs of the kids or of both? Ooh, I like that.
Discover math stories by self and with others.
Discovery, say that again?
Discovering math stories instead of problems.
Okay, instead of problems, we're talking about stories.
Having more patience to allow the students to take their time and all things and stuff.
Awesome. Having more patience instead. I'll share a story later.
Failure is just as important as success.
Did everybody hear that? We actually learn more in our brain when we fail than when we succeed. You guys realize that?
Really want to
see how fast I can move.
Productive struggle is a good thing.
Oh, you took ours.
Ditto. Productive struggle is a good thing. Everybody hear that? Here we go.
Shortcuts and procedures have negative effects and effects on their future learning.
Everybody hear that? Shortcuts can have negative effects and effects on student learning down the road. Anybody else?
It's possible that we start thinking about assessing in a different way, because the purpose of assessment, I think Ron would probably agree, is that we get informed about what our students know. And a numerical score on a pre-assessment doesn't really tell us a whole lot. If we actually have narrative data from our students about how they process and how they think, I think our instruction would be much better informed for that information.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so I got around the room, kind of. I'm going to put one more prompt up, and I would like you to talk at your tables, because we have, by school, we have multiple grade levels at these tables now. I could have a kindergarten teacher and a 6th grade teacher, which are worlds apart. They really are a long ways apart. Math knowledge-wise and expectations for kids, we're talking about being able to count versus being able to solve a 2-step linear equation. There's a big range there. So here's the last prompt to talk at your table by across grade levels. How do the tricks or procedures we teach at our grade level affect the following grade level teacher? And I'm going to start with a story. When I was at Central, I was the AP calculus teacher, and our district wrote a grant. And it was called an AP Challenge Grant, and they were very common, 15, 20 years ago. And it was to try to get more kids into AP classes. And one of the requirements of this AP Challenge Grant was that we have a vertical team, which is very similar to what you have at your table. A vertical team means groups of teachers across grade levels. So in this room, we had kindergarten teachers all the way through AP Calculus teachers in a room from one district. And we were talking about vocabulary and the way we use vocabulary. And elementary school teachers and high school teachers sometimes can be very loose with the way we use vocabulary. And so we were going to try to come up with a district-wide list of vocabulary and how that vocabulary was used from grade level to grade level. And we spent 2 years on this project at Central. But we were just getting started with the conversation. I was sitting with a group of teachers, and we were talking about some of the words that they use that they probably shouldn't. And a word came up called, and one teacher said, well, I just use the word flip instead of reciprocal because my kids can never remember that word reciprocal. So I just tell them it's just flip. And I just don't like the word reciprocal. And the teacher right next to him, and it was a very poignant moment, he looked at him and said, "That's you?" So do you get what was happening there? The teacher in the next grade was having to undo every single year the poor vocabulary usage of that teacher. So, take a minute at your tables and just think about the things that you do and how that affects the next year. Because you have multiple years at your table, you can have that conversation. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to process and think about that.
Whatever the time. I take it.
Okay, I'm going to stop the conversation just because I'm totally out of time. I'm actually 6 minutes past what I'm supposed to be. So, eyes up here. Now, I just wanted to throw that out there to let you start that conversation. This conversation should continue indefinitely. I was eavesdropping on one conversation, and a teacher was saying, the kids come to me and they're using this method of multiplication and I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. What a great time to go then have a conversation with that teacher and find out exactly what that method of multiplication is trying to teach them mathematically. Because that might be a really good thing for the kids and you could build on that and enhance it instead of saying, oh, no, I'm going to show you how I want you to do multiplication. One of the things that's interesting as kids get all the way past elementary school and into high school, and I don't know if you guys realize this, but our 4th graders in the United States actually perform very well internationally when they compare 4th graders to our 4th graders to other countries' 4th graders. Our 4th graders do great. By the time they get to 8th grade, not so great. By the time they get to high school, it's abysmal. It's pathetic what our high school kids look like versus high school kids across the world. And one of the reasons is each year as we go, teachers teach kids how to get answers instead of teaching mathematics. And kids get more and more confused with answer getting devices as they go up instead of thinking about the flow and continuum of the math that they're supposed to be learning. Yes?
Could you clarify when you say worldwide we look abysmal? Suppose you said Buchanan's graduation and the number of AP kids, it just blows my mind. So.
Actually, our AP kids, when you look at AP scores, our AP, if you just take the AP kids, our AP kids are just as good as the AP kids anywhere. But if you test all 11th graders and look at, and the only international test that we take is, there's 2 of them. There's one called the TIMSS and one called the PISA. And those are international tests. It's just a cross-section. Not everybody takes it, right? They just do a sampling all over the place. And like I said, our 4th grade kids do great, but our high school kids don't problem solve well. And remember, when you look at these cross-section tests, these are not the problems that they were getting ready to take on the end of the year test. That's more problem-solving, kind of open-ended type questions. And our kids don't do well on that.
We have 40 in a classroom.
What's that?
It's 40 in a classroom.
Actually,
And those classes are big.
at the high school, you're saying? Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because I've known several foreign exchange students. I've had several foreign exchange students that I know from Germany. They come here for cultural experience and for English. When they go back, their education here does not count. They actually have to redo their junior year. And the kids that come in are taking courses like statistics and your higher levels of thinking. They say they're very easy. They're not challenged when they're here. I just had this conversation 4 days ago with a kid that's come back to visit a family. So I have a cousin coming from Germany. She's not coming here for academics. She's coming here for cultural. So we do need that.
Yeah, so I didn't want to bash the high schools. That wasn't the point. As a high school teacher, that wasn't the point of that. But we do have to up our game with the kids in how they see mathematics. Instead of just seeing it as a bunch of procedures that we jump through to get ready for a test, they need to understand mathematics. And you guys are setting the stage for all of that math they're going to learn further up.
So I just have a question. So, as a former upper grade teacher, are we asking, are we really, when we're pushing it, our fourth graders are doing great, but then fifth and sixth, they jump between fourth grade math and fifth grade math and then sixth grade math. I mean, the stuff I was teaching as a sixth grade teacher was stuff I didn't get until I was in high school. So, is that a part of the issue? I don't know.
I think it's not so much what we teach, but how we teach is the big issue. And I really see a change in how we teach. And I'm hoping that that's going to create a systemic change across the whole United States. Knock on wood. We'll see some big things happening in the next few years. So I'm going to turn the time over. Thank you guys for having that experience and meeting some new people and kind of decompressing what we learned last week and thinking big. We're going to push your thinking throughout the afternoon as well. But I'm going to turn the time over to the publisher. And you can probably, are they going to need their laptops up? Yeah, I'll just do it.
Hello. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a break. Potty. You're get a break. Transition time, the horrible time, the thing we all struggle with as teachers in the classroom, right? We're going to transition, but it is time to take a 5-minute little breather, bathroom break. Have your computers out, because we are going to switch over in about 5 minutes to our publisher presenter. So, transition time, please. Friends, let me have your attention. Let's talk to a couple of things. Last year we adopted by math, and we rolled through. Your books are sitting at your school site. One of the most underused resources, I think, of the 2014-2015 school year was the online resources available with our math series. And so we wanted to spend just a few minutes and remind you of what's available, refresh your memory of how to appropriately log on, and then the platform sort of switched this summer. So if you're very familiar with it, our presenter, Karina, is going to kind of show you and walk you through what's different. Now, last year, I know we had problems. We didn't get the uploads running until October-ish or so. We had to log in one way, and some of us got used to it. We said, no, log in this way, and we just checked. We've been struggling with technology this week, but you should have your appropriate grade level assigned to you when you log into your account. Now, there are no codes, master codes to pull. There's nothing. I keep getting emails about master codes. No, it's connected to Zangle, and so will your kids. They're connected, and as you, every night we send an upload to McGraw-Hill, and they will update your roster. So if you got a new kid, by the next day you should see it. If they were in Clovis Unified, their account should be then right there available to you. And so they log in the same way you do through the single sign-in option. So we have to remember that. Many of us are used to going to Connect Ed and saying, there's nothing there. And you try to pull an old account number and then say, I lose it at night. You're right, because every night we pull them, and every night we register them according to Zangle, what grade level you are assigned to you. So I want to remind everybody, first of all, I was told by Karina that Google Chrome is where they prefer that you be. Things operate better there. I'm only in Explorer right now because she's already logged in Chrome, and I don't want to try to double log in. So I want to remind you where to go. This very important website, ci.cusd.com. That's the CNI website. At the bottom of that page, there's a red box. Teachers and students, access to textbooks. Teachers and students. You can click on that and then you can bookmark and save where it takes you to. But it should take you, hopefully this works here on this browser, let's see, yes. It will take you to a gray box. This is single sign-on, SSO. It's a bridge that we use, so we use our credentials that we log into our computers just to log into McGraw-Hill. So we don't have another set of logins to remember. Our students who log into Google Apps use the same login to log into McGraw-Hill. So if we're using Google Classroom with those kind of resources, for them it's the exact same login. So ci.cusd.com. Click the box on the bottom, you should get the gray box. You put your name, first name, last name, your district password, just like you're logging into your computer, hit login. Now, I will go around, and I'm going to turn the microphone over, but we'll just float around here quickly. If you're having issues, then we can help you solve those individually or look at them and see what the problem is. But I'm sure you're so engaging enough that it doesn't matter if they have their computer. So I'm going to turn the time over here. Can we have a round of applause for our presenting video from McGraw-Hill?
Thank you. I'm going to just pause for a minute. I see quite a few people that are logged in. Once you pull up your books and you see your books that look similar to what my screen is here, let's just pause there for a second. And so I'm just going to give you guys a minute. While I wait for you guys to all get logged in, again, my name is Karina Neal. I'm a curriculum specialist with McGraw-Hill. I feel really weird talking into a microphone. And I'm really excited to be here with you to share with you our new platform. For those of you who, well, let's do this, quick survey. How many of you utilized the online resources last year? Go. Nice. All right. How many of you have entered since July 17th onto our online resources? Okay. So we did a huge upload, but I was not insinuating you should have done that on the beaches of Tahiti, trust me. So let's just know I'm going to go kind of back to the beginning, but I'm going to do a quicker pace of some of the basics, give you an idea. What do we have? That's okay. Okay. I was a teacher too. I have a very big teacher voice. So we did these updates. Mostly it's about navigation. I'm going to walk you through that, and we're going to look at some things about ways that you can customize. I was really super interested in everything you guys were just talking about. What an awesome opportunity for you guys to be, growing as educators and working together. I loved hearing all your pieces about productive struggle, and it triggered, I talk about that, I don't just do technology, I do curriculum and education as well, and it made me think of my favorite video. So this has nothing to do with my presentation, but I just had to share this with you. After that conversation you guys just had about productive struggle and letting the kids work it out to build those problem-solving skills and things like that. Even if you've seen this before, this is amazing. Sorry about the blurriness.
Whoa, that's not good.
Need this? I'm already late.
Somebody will come. Anybody have that?
Do you have a phone?
No. Sorry. Somebody! Hello? There are two people stuck on an excavator and we need help. Now, would somebody please do something? I don't believe this. Gotta be kidding me.
I'm gonna cry.
Well, there's nothing else left to do. See? Hello? Hey, don't worry about it. I'll fix it in a second. He said he can fix it. All right. All right. That's more like it. He says he can fix it.
Walking down the sidewalk, kicking my feet as I move to the music. Step to the beat, I went up to the plans and I stepped right aside with my guitar in my hands and I know.
Okay, so can we relate to that? Can we relate to that? So this just inspires lots of thought about letting our kids struggle, because if we don't let them struggle, they might end up like that. So, okay, back to what I'm here for. So, here's how we're going to do our time together. I'm going to show you some cool things, and then I'm going to let you guys try it out. But in order for this to work, you have to resist the urge to touch your computer while I'm demonstrating. Because I know you're going to see things and you see it right in front of you and you're just going to want to touch it. It's so easy. It's right there. You can just touch it. But what I really love for you to do is just be immersed in the amazingness of what's happening up here. And then I promise I will give you time to interact with your digital. Okay? So, our goal is to have everybody on a screen that looks something like this right now. And pause. All right, here we go. So I'm going to, unfortunately, be stuck behind this computer, navigating. For those of you who are new, and I won't make you raise your hand if you've never gone here before, but for those of you who've never been here before, you'll see that there's a teacher edition and a student edition. The important thing to know about the difference between these two is really there's only two reasons you would ever go into your student edition. One is if you're teaching your students how to navigate. So if your kids are in their online piece and you want your screen to look like theirs, you would click into the student book, and then that will mimic what they see. There's one other reason. I'm gonna tease you with that and not tell you what it is yet. All right, so what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to click into the teacher edition, resist the urge, resist. And you'll notice right off the bat, those of you who have been in here before, that this is different. And so one of the biggest difference you'll see is that there's no tabs across the top anymore. Instead, they are all hidden in this upper left-hand corner that we call the hamburger menu, because it looks like a little hamburger. So when I click on the hamburger menu, I see all of those resources that I had in tabs across the top. So you'll see class management. Some of them are called something, some of them are separate from each other when they were together before. Here's the resources, so our all favorite resources, assignment tracker, files, home will bring you back to this landing page. Plan and present, remember that tab where we plan and present? We have assessment, standards, professional development, so on. So I wanted to just give you an idea that that's there. The other key thing you'll notice is different is how we navigate, how we pick which chapter and lesson we're on. So this time, when you just click on this, it just opens up all of your chapters and your lessons, and I can click right into chapter 3, lesson 2, and it takes me to Adobe Flash Player is out of date. It's telling me to update it up here. I apologize, I am not on my own computer right now. But this is where that little button where we click into the video would be still. The only difference really is selecting the chapter and the lesson. You'll also know we have some new buttons over here. So over here is the presentation, where we're going to find that lesson presentation. There is the other place to find it, but right now it's just front and center, ready to go. And the ebook is the student book. Remember that. This is
Run this time.
Run this time. Okay, thank you. So here's the student book, which once you get into the student book, nothing has changed in terms of navigating through the pages and so on. Just to give you a quick refresher on some of the things that are happening inside the student book, there is a table of contents off to the left, and there is a glossary. I am in the student book through my teacher side, so I have the power of showing answers. I can also turn them off, and note to self, if your answers are on and you turn the page, the answers are still on. So if you're only correcting a page at a time, just fair warning there. Up at the top, you can click the double page, see the student pages together. There are writing tools where you can write. There are highlighter tools where you can highlight, which is a great skill they're asking them to do, one of those things we do in April. And then across the bottom, you'll see as I turn the page, these different icons will color in and gray out. And that means that this resource is available to support the students on this page. You can present from this, so you could display this, and you could present from here. You can open up your manipulatives and all those things. So I think I've done enough talking so far. So here's your job. I'm going to go back to where you guys are. And what I'd like you to do is click into your teacher's edition. Go ahead and just click around with the navigation, but what I'd really like you to do is click into the ebook and play with the tools in the student ebook. So we're clicking into the teacher's edition. Feel free to click that hamburger menu, see what's there. Click it again. Feel free to click this drop-down menu, pick a chapter, pick a lesson. And then what I'd like you to do is select the ebook, the student ebook, and play with the tools in this student ebook. So I'm going to walk around and make sure we're good. I'm going to give you about 3 minutes just to play with that.
I could have just had a sub.
Okay, when I say waterfall, you say shh. Ready? Waterfall! Oh, that was not good. Let's try again. When waterfall! Oh, and you all do it, right? Okay, any quick questions about the book? I see a lot of you have gotten yourself to other places. That's okay. But any questions specifically about engaging with the student book? Yes?
I am in the ebook, so it's a student page, but I have passed. And I wondered, did you mention something about there being manipulatives that you can bring out, or is it only drawings?
There are manipulatives. So across the bottom, you'll see that this little icon, the green backed icon with the shapes, that takes you to what we call e-tools. Okay, so from the teacher side, if I was a student in my student book, it would take me immediately to the virtual manipulatives. But because I'm a teacher, it's taking me to the resources page. I just have to click one more button, and I get to virtual manipulatives. Yes. And we're going to play in virtual manipulatives, hopefully, in a little bit. Any other questions about the ebook? Yeah. I believe I'm in 3rd. But you can be in any grade you want. Oh, no, I'm not in 3rd. 2nd, maybe? 4th. Yeah. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're going to now remove our hands from the device and resist the urge. All right, this is how we're going to be most productive with our time. Okay, so I'm going to go into the hamburger menu, and I'm going to go to home, down about halfway down my menu, and it's going to take me back to square one. So this is my landing page. So one of the most useful components that there are in here, or at least one of the things I love the most, is the e-presentation, the lesson presentation. And so you can see when I pick a chapter, again, I'm going to just pick a different chapter, I can pick a lesson, and whatever chapter and lesson is there, when I click presentation, this blue button right here, I'm going to launch presentation, and it will take me to the e-presentation. It's blocking me. Okay, so this is a good teachable moment. So up here in the bar, you'll see that we've got the little X. It's blocking me. I'm just going to allow, done, and then I usually have to click the presentation again. And we're running this time. We're good. We've got this. We've got this. All right. Okay, so a couple things to know about the lesson presentation, and then again I'm going to let you click around and play, are that you can navigate the slides down here in the very bottom right-hand corner. There are little over arrows. Right next to those over arrows are quick nav, where I can see the whole slideshow at a quick glance, and then I can easily click into whatever slide I want to present. Some things to know about this presentation that maybe you didn't know, even if you've been using this. On some of the slides, well, first of all, notice this gray bar across the bottom. It's gray, the writing on it's really light. It makes it appear as though it's not very important, but in fact it is very important. So one of the important things you'll find in the gray bar across the bottom is where on some slides it says 1 of 3 or 1 of 2 or 1 of 4. These are what we call embedded slides. This means that if I just click the main over arrow, I'm not going to see those embedded slides. So I need to click that internal arrow, and there is the rest of the slides for that. A lot of times you'll see that too when you get to like the homework page, and teachers will say to me, why do they only give you a slide with the first 3 questions? It's because you'll see here, this one says 1 of 6. So here is the rest of the homework page, okay? I'm going to go back to that investigated model. You'll notice also that this is only true for this slide. There's a notes, and this gives you some nice little teacher talk to guide this investigate the math. This investigate the math really correlates with what I heard somebody mention over here, which is the they do, we do, I do. This is definitely a they do component. And this is an opportunity for them to explore and see what they know before you do any teaching that day. I really encourage this phase of the lesson. The other thing to know is, I'm just going to click back over to that homework slide, is that also in this gray bar across the bottom are where we can get the answers. And so I can show one answer at a time, or I can show all answers. This is a great way to you know, grade as you go for the night before's homework, the night of's homework. We also have all these tools. There's a writing tool, a pen tool. When I click on that, there's a whole bar down across the bottom that gives me lots of options of fun things to do. Let's see. I can draw arrows and do all kinds of crazy things. I can type, I can create a text box and do some typing. But my favorite tool is this one right here. This is the empty magnifying glass. When I click on that, you notice the whole page grays out. I'm going to highlight just the section I want to pop out, and it makes it nice and big. Yeah, and I can still write in there. Well, I have my arrow here. So I can still write in here, and then when I shrink it down, the writing will shrink down for me. So that's fun for kids who, especially the younger kids who get kind of overwhelmed with so much on one page. If you want to hone them in on one piece. Okay, so your turn. So you're on your home page. If you're not on your home page, maybe you're still in the student book, you can X out of that tab. That opens in a separate tab. Maybe you're in the manipulatives, you can X out of that. And then if you're still not here, click the hamburger menu and go to home so that we're all on the same starting point. Pick whatever chapter and lesson you want from the drop-down menu, and then select Presentation, Launch Presentation. And then go ahead and play with the slides. Again, I'm going to give you about 3 to 5 minutes to click around and play in there. Go ahead. Yeah, everything in this presentation follows exactly along with your teacher's edition and the student edition.
You have to do your pop.
Yeah, go to it should have two choices. Yes. Yes, because select people. So I click that and then allow. And now you have to do that over again. So now yeah, so anytime something doesn't work, always leave it there. And if you're fairly comfortable with the website, always go out. And if it says allow, you can say always allow, give it like that.
And I
Sorry, waterfalls keep going. Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions about the lesson presentation? Again, I know there's links in there that might get you to different places, but the lesson presentation, navigating, what it does and doesn't do. Any questions? Yes?
The gray box where it says one of whatever, is that a new feature or has that always been?
That's always been there.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Yes, yes, I know, and I always show that even if you've been using this, I didn't see it for a long time when I first started. Yeah. The other thing I want to mention now, which I failed to mention before, is that those of you who are in 6th grade, I mean 6th grade teachers, are going to see this platform in a little bit different of a way. All of the features, for the most part, are still there. It's just that they're a little bit different. So please feel free when I'm walking around, hey, how do I get here? For example, those lesson presentations, they're not on your home screen. You have to go into the hamburger menu and select Plan and Present, but they are there. Okay, here we go. So when I was walking around, oh, and we're done with our exploration for the moment. When I was walking around, I had someone say, hey, how do I bring in a different resource to my lesson presentation? So one of the really cool things about this is that you can customize these lesson presentations. You can delete slides, move slides, add slides, and I know that you guys are looking to do lesson study and build and customize your lessons. It's not just how we've suggested. And keep in mind that's a suggestion. It's not a, this is the only way it's going to work. We're very aware of that. So one of the other ways to get to lessons presentations is the way the 6th graders can only access it, which is going through the hamburger menu, selecting Plan and Present, and then you'll see Presentation right here. Now just notice this automatically put me in Chapter 8, Prepare for the Chapter. Prepare for the Chapter is teacher stuff. I don't need to have a presentation for that. So if you click on Presentation, you won't see anything. But if I click into a lesson, now this will take me to that same presentation that was available to me on the home page. But what I will also see now that I'm in Lesson Plan and Present is I will see all of my teacher talk. So what's on this page is everything that's in your teacher's edition. These come through drop-down menus, so I click once, it opens up, I click again, it sucks it back up. And as I scroll through, a cool feature of this is that, you know how when you're looking at your teacher's edition and it says, go online and there's a great video or there's a great extra worksheet for differentiation or something like that. All of those resources are right here at point of use. So in your teacher's edition, it may mention it. On your online teacher's edition, it's an actual link to that resource. So I especially like to highlight that when we're looking down at the bottom and you get to that differentiated instruction part that's in between phase 4 and phase 5 of every lesson. And this should look somewhat familiar, but then you'll see here are all of those resources. So I don't need to go online and poke around and try to dig up wherever that resource is. It's right here embedded in my teacher plan. So, and you'll see that when I contract all of these, it will give us the big picture, which is what is the exact flow of the lesson in our teacher lesson, or in our teacher edition. So that's cool. All right. Now, what I want to highlight at this moment is this button right here, Customize. So I'm going to show you a couple tricks about customizing, and then I'm going to let you guys play with it. So when I click Customize, I just have to do, and I'm doing this with one hand, so I'm going to keep it simple. So the first thing it'll do is ask you to name the plan, your lesson plan. I usually call it like my lesson 8-2 or whatever. And then when I hit OK, you'll notice that now it has renamed my page. And basically what this has done is given me a save as. So the original is sacred. No matter what you do to this, that first one will always be there. You can always go back to starting from scratch. So please play with these. Not yet. And so a couple things I can do now that I'm in my custom presentation is you'll see now I've got these little sprockets on the corner of all of my tabs. So one thing I can do is I can edit this section, and I can do, I mean, it basically pulls up like a Word doc. So I can highlight, delete, add notes, I can do whatever I want. And so as you guys are doing your lesson studies and you're adjusting your lessons, or maybe working with another teacher and saw a good idea in another classroom, or something really worked or didn't work in your own lesson, you can take notes in here. I used to have a paper teacher's edition that was, you know, smothered with Post-it notes and marker pen writing. Well, we can do this all digitally now. Another cool thing about that is that if you're lesson planning a year later and maybe you forgot about that, or maybe you're at home digitally planning versus with your print TE, you will have all of this saved forever. So that's cool. You can delete whole sections, all of that stuff. You can add a section, so if you found a cool project or an activity that really embellished the lesson, then you can add notes and you can upload files, your own whatever. So fully customizable on the lesson plan side. But it is also fully customizable in the presentation side. So now that I've selected presentation, again, remember I'm in my edited version, I have a new button at the very top up here called Edit. And when I select Edit, this is a pretty user-friendly piece, so I can pick those slides up, move them down, move them around, change up the order of things. You'll see when I pick a slide that this little plus sign appears in the corner. When I click that plus sign, it gives me more options. So I can add a blank screen. So here's my blank screen. I can now pull in other resources. Maybe there was a cool video that I noticed in the resources section, and I can just drag and drop that, and now that's in my presentation. I can also delete slides, so by, again, clicking that little plus sign in the corner, I can remove a screen. I can duplicate the screen if I wanted to make maybe the same type of problem but a little bit different, or the same type of activity but different. I can do that as well. So that's just in terms of moving the slides, deleting. There are some other cool features up here. So you'll notice on the right-hand side, I'm in add screen mode. So I'm in this add screen. And you can filter which documents you add there. But if I select tools, there's a couple cool tools in here, and I'm going to highlight the ones that are my favorites. So I'm going to, so let's say we're kicking off a lesson, and there's a Khan Academy video that we really like to show when we're introducing adding decimals, or a kid tube video, or something like that. So this second tool right here, the little link, is a hyperlink. So when I click on that, all I have to do is insert that, that website. So I'm just going to do Google, because that's easy. And, oh my gosh, it's hard to only type. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I've entered my address, and then I just pick this up with my mouse. I drag it over to the screen wherever I want that link symbol to be. I tap where I want it to go. Make sure anytime you make changes, you select Save at the top. And just like if I was navigating within PowerPoint, you can make a change and then see the presentation and see if it looks the way you want it to. So I can select Present. And here's my lesson, and down here in the corner is my link. And I click my link and it takes me right to that link. So that, yeah, great. And again, one of the things that's so great about that, I'm going to select edit again. One of the things that's so great about that is that sometimes I would find a great video right before my lesson and pull it up and show it and then forget about it next year when I was teaching that lesson again. So this is a great way to save that and document it and make it easy to access for you in the midst of teaching. So some of the other tools, remember that blow up tool I showed you that I really liked where it selects a specific portion. There's no really good examples here. So I can pick that zoom to tool and it allows me to be really specific about what section I'm opening. And then you'll see this little icon that's here in the middle. I just like to line them up across the bottom. I hit save. And now I'm walking through my presentation and I can just click that and it automatically pops up. So it's a tiny bit of work up front, but again, it's one time and then it's done every time you go to this presentation. So that's a cool feature. There's some other tools in here. You can add text, so you can add a text box if you wanted to add directions or another problem or a hint or something like that to a slide. So there's a variety of things that you can play with. Those are just the ones I like to highlight. So now I'm going to let you try. So what we're going to do is go into the hamburger menu. So go ahead and click the hamburger menu wherever you are, as long as you're on the teacher page. And then scroll down to plan and present. And again, select a chapter and a lesson. Make sure you're actually in a lesson. And then go ahead and select customize. And name your lesson. And now I'd like you to first start by trying to just edit that section, the lesson plan part. So before we get into the lesson presentation editing, first just click into one of these sprockets, select edit this section, and just delete. You can always get rid of this lesson, so just feel free to play. And then once you've played with that a little bit, you can click into the presentation, hit the edit button, and play from there. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that. Go ahead and do that.
Yes. We'll do that after you guys create one. Good question.
Sprocket of whatever section you want.
Planning the lesson.
Or just click on presentation. I don't like that. Because it's not the page that she was showing.
access to listening. Yeah, there's no presentation. You have to be on listening. I get it.
Okay, presentation.
On the top. Okay, so if you can get a bunch of time.
I got to go to presentation.
Ellen, is it letting you in? A little bit.
What I was I feel like
I'm like, I'm a great person.
Okay, waterfall. Sorry, I just got an impromptu question. Okay, I'll come back to you on that one. So, hopefully we have some good ideas on how we can customize the lessons themselves, how we can customize the presentation, we can make notes, all of that good stuff. So, what do we do now if we want to go back to that lesson? How do we find that custom lesson that we created? Well, if you click this drop-down menu, where we can select the lesson in the chapter, you'll see if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, we've got My Customized Lesson Plans. So these are my customized lessons for Chapter 8. So they are filed by chapter. And you'll notice it's super simple to delete them. If you want to get rid of the ones that you were playing around with today, you can delete them as well. Any questions about editing your presentations? Yes?
Okay, so I'm in the presentation screen and I want to change the numbers or the text on a specific screen. Is that possible?
Okay, so yes and no. The question was, so I'm in a screen, can I change the text that's on the screen that's already created for me? So this is a small limitation. I mean, I can't click into here and do anything. So there's a couple ways around that. There's this tool right here, which is a window shade. So you can cover things up. And basically what that does, I'll save it and show you what that looks like in a presentation. So basically that covers it, and the only time it shows it is if I click it, which is actually a cool feature, again, if you only want to show one thing at a time. And then you can also, in the tools, then create a text box. And you'll notice that you can put a background in the text box, so it would potentially cover up what's here, and then whatever you write would just be typing over it. So those are kind of the two solutions to that. Does that help? Okay. Any other questions about editing the slides? Okay. Bless you. All right. So we are going to now go to another favorite location of mine while resisting the temptation to look on our computer/phone. And I only say those things because I just was so bad teacher. Okay, so when we click into the hamburger menu, again, any place that we are always going to have that hamburger menu. And we scroll down to resources. So any of you who've explored this site before, resources is probably something you spent a lot of time in. When I click it, it takes me to something that's very similar to what I may or may not have already explored. For those of you who this is your first time joining us here on ConnectEd, we navigate based on these drop-down menus. So we pick a chapter, pick a lesson, and then all of the digital resources that are available to me, you'll see I've got pages and pages of things. Or I can click in, for example, if I hit that More button, it takes me to my real-world problem-solving readers. If I go back to all resources, it shows me all these things. So navigating through here is really important. A couple things to know that even if you are an experienced user here, you may not know. That first drop-down menu, there are other options other than picking a chapter. So you can pick program resources, and then the second drop-down will give you all of these things that we've added recently. So reteach workbooks, if you're looking for a one-stop shop for all of those reteach worksheets. We've got some graphic organizers, some fluency practice, manipulative masters. So some things that we've added along the way are going to be found here in this, visual vocabulary cards. These are super cool. This is like for a word wall for your math words. They're a bigger version of the vocab cards that they have in their student books. So anyways, that's good to know. Another thing is if you scroll down past the chapters, you'll see there's English language learner support. When I click on that, my second drop-down gives me the option to go to any chapter, and here's that in interactive guide. And here's the whole digital PDF version of the interactive guide. Again, I'm planning from home. Maybe I want to see what is going to be in the interactive guide for tomorrow's lesson and so on. I can use this to view it. I can hang on to it on my computer and not have to bring it home. If I keep scrolling past that, I get to the response to intervention. Here's a super fabulous targeted strategic intervention. This is kind of our tier 3 our opportunity for intervention. And again, you'll see the second drop-down gives me a chapter-by-chapter download. And this is a full teacher lesson and student worksheet for each lesson, so a way to differentiate there. If I keep scrolling down, I get lots of other options. I get to see the Spanish resources, the project-based learning activities that you may or may not know about, and so they're all correlated by chapter, and these are some really nice hands-on. I kind of think of them as a baby step to performance tasks, and this will give you whatever ones are available that correlate with that chapter. Okay, so I'm going to give you just a couple minutes to find the resources tab. Oh, sorry, I'm going to give you one more task. So I'm going to let you play around, but what I'd really like you to do is click through and find the things that aren't obvious. So, for example, instead of clicking a lesson, I'm going to click Am I Ready? And I'm going to see that there's some different things available when I'm on Am I Ready versus a lesson. Or My Math Words. There's some different things that are available for me rather than being on a lesson. The other thing is once you click into a lesson, I'd like you to eventually go to Tools and play in the virtual manipulatives for a second. This is another really fun place to go. There's a lot of fun things. Bears in a bow. One of my favorite is the bucket balance. I taught middle school math for a long time, and then I went into elementary, and I swore that I would make sure that all of my students leaving 6th grade would know what an equal sign meant. And so this, I think, is a great way to demonstrate what equals means on an elementary level. So some really cool dynamic pieces here. So go ahead and play with this. Oh, and then there's always the base 10 blocks that will decompose. So you hit that little corner. Ooh. Yeah. Lots of cool things to do here. Okay, so your job now is to go to the menu, select resources, play around, and end up on the tools, and then we're going to head into the land of assessment.
Make it only. Not letting you scroll. Just push the button and I can fix it.
Okay. Oh, we have to do it this way.
That's what I
I know, because I submitted this one.
plan this out, and the kids won't see that assignment until you're drop the assignment. So you can stack them up, and they won't see them until the assignment is done. Okay. So see at the bottom of the start, and okay, waterfall. I like that one too because it gives me an excuse to go shh. Okay. I've been answering questions. I forgot. Oh, you guys were doing manipulatives and resources. Any questions about the resources? Navigating? I'm getting a lot of really good questions out there that I want to share with you guys, but there's so much, and I want to make sure we get to assessment. So I'm going to follow up and share with all of you some of the things that I shared with a couple people that I think everybody will benefit from, okay? But I'm going to do it pretty quickly, and it's just going to be an I do. So just kind of take note in your head, just because I want you to know these things are available. So one thing that I want to make sure you know is when we're in Plan and Present, and we have customized a lesson, one of the great ways to use that tool in reality, I always think in terms of subplans, because I know my own children never got sick, you know, the day ahead of time when I was still in my classroom and could actually write out some good subplans. So a great way to use this resource is if you are trying to create a subplan from home and don't want to go in, you can customize a lesson. So I'm going to go to a regular version of the lesson. So let's say tomorrow I'm teaching Chapter 8, Lesson 1, and I know I'm not making it in tomorrow. So I can customize, and I can say Subplan 8.1. So this is my subplan for Lesson 8.1. And now what I can do is customize through the lens of what I want my sub to do tomorrow. And we don't want to overwhelm them with what's in the math, or maybe we do. Maybe we're teaching an alternate strategy to multiplication and they're not familiar with it. So maybe I do leave that part in there. But either way, I can remove a whole section. So I can say, oh, you know, they don't really need that section. I can remove it. I can add notes to them, or I can again delete, you know, big pieces so that all they see is the core of the lesson, what I want them to do. Or maybe I only want them to do part of the lesson. Okay, so you can edit it however you want. But then what's great about that is that if I go to print, it allows me to select which sections I'm going to print, and it prints to PDF. So now I've got a document on my computer that I can email, or I'm not sure what you guys use for subs. Do you have an online sub finder type system? So you can upload this lesson plan and have that ready to go. So that's just a nice way to use that resource that I wanted to share with you. Another thing that I want to make sure you know about, one of the teachers and I back here were just talking about creating assignments, and especially as you guys are kind of customizing things, creating your own version of maybe a homework assignment, or wanting to give them, she was saying she wants to give them a task of what to do with the virtual manipulatives. And so you come over here to make an assignment. You name it, you give all the directions, you select a start, due, an expiration date. Expiration just means when they won't see that assignment anymore. You could plan this out if you're doing grade level planning or something like that, team planning. You could schedule these out and stack them for the whole chapter and just have them pop up for the students whenever that start date is. And then you can add resources. So like she was saying, she's going to have them She's going to give them directions on what to do with the manipulative, and then you can even attach the manipulative resource right here by going to edit and search and looking for whatever the resource is. Maybe you want them to watch a video, you can do it that way too. There are other ways that's if you want to create a custom assignment. If you're in resources, and hopefully you know this if you've been working with this program already, but to create an assignment, you can also just hit the sprocket in the corner of a resource. So for example, maybe I want all my students when they come in to watch this video first thing. So I can select this and assign this resource. It's kind of hard to see, but it's down here at the bottom. And then it'll take me to that same assignment page, but it already has the resource embedded in the assignment. Okay, so just know that there's some ways to customize your assignments as well. And that, when the students log in, that assignment will present itself to the students. Hey, your teacher created an assignment. The last thing I want to show you on here before we scoot over to assessment, if you scroll down on the hamburger menu, there's a professional development piece. So if I've kind of gone too fast for some of you, or you want to get a refresher of what we've talked about today, or you want to learn more than what we've talked about today, there's this professional development site that's got all kinds of great stuff. So first thing you're going to see is quick start courses, and this is for the digital, and this is going to take you from the beginning, and it's going to give you a variety of short little kind of brain sharp videos that will help you get started with the digital. So you'll see all of these different components getting started. There's 5 different videos, okay? So lots of stuff there. There's also implementation videos. I know that you guys have already been using this, but there may be some other ideas that you haven't tried that are in here. If you scroll down, there's videos on standards for math practice, some foldable videos by Dinah Zeik, some ideas of using technology, content, and then one of my faves is this on-demand webinars. And this will take you to a variety of webinars that have been conducted already that will give you, again, some specifics or general, whatever you're looking for. There's a huge list. Okay, so again, menu, scroll down, professional development, and that's how I got to all of those resources. Okay, so raise your hand if you have used the assessment feature on ConnectEd. Okay, all right, well, here we go. So again, I'm going to just demo something real quick, and then I'll guide you through doing this on your own. If I go to my hamburger menu, and I scroll down to assessment, I will see, so you guys have that assessment handbook, or assessment masters, right? And so I can select a chapter. I can see all of my assessments here from beginning to end of that chapter. The cool thing to know about this is if you click that sprocket, you can download the resource and it will open as a Word doc. And what that means is, anybody?
You can edit it.
You can edit it. Okay, Lordy. Anyways, you get the point. So we can edit any of these and then print out a version. So this is just like if you're doing a pencil and paper version. The cool thing also to know about this is if you scroll down to the bottom of that list, there are benchmark tests, diagnostic and placement tests, those performance tasks, and then there's that Think Smart for Smarter Balanced, and that's in there too. So there's some really great resources. But what's most techy is what you'll find here on this very first tile. It says e-assessment and then whatever grade you're teaching. You'll notice if I'm in Chapter 1 and only if I'm in Chapter 1, alongside e-assessment, I will see this e-assessment how-to. So again, if you want a refresher of what we're about to do together, or you want to know more than what we're learning together today, there are videos here. So let me actually demo this for you. So these little These are play buttons. So these are all videos on how to create a test, assign a test, all of those things. But we're going to go through some of that right now. So there's that how-to, not in any chapter except, well, 5 people are paying attention, so that's good. It's a great ratio. All right, so if I select E-assessment, that very first tab, if any of you have used ExamView before, this is going to look very familiar to you as ExamView does. And there's a couple key things to know about navigating this. So I always like to say my goal with you today in E-assessment is to make you dangerous enough to do some damage in here. So there's a lot to do, there's a lot you can do, and we're going to play with that. Why does it say I'm in a single sign-on? Okay, we're just going to go with that. So this is going to take me to E-assessment. And in E-assessment, I can assign any of the tests that are in my assessment master's book. I can edit and then assign digitally any of those assessments. I can also create my very own tests that are technology enhanced. I'm going to try this again. That are technology enhanced questions. I can create a small quiz. I can actually turn a homework assignment into something that can be taken digitally. When a student takes a test digitally, they also, any answer that is anything but typed in is graded automatically. They are all also linked to a standard. So the results that you can get back are all standards based and very awesome. This is very rare. I don't know what's happening here. Are we all? Let me try a different grade because that's fun. All right. So you do this through the teacher edition, and we go down to assessment, and we select that very first tile. Wow, this is a special moment. We're all sharing together on camera.
I can edit it out.
There, thank you. So glad I made friends with you earlier. Okay, so you know what? While I'm letting that screen load, how about you all get a head start on letting your screen load? So come here to the assessment tab. So hamburger menu, click assessment. And then select that very first tile. Now we're going to really overload the system. Yours loaded right away, of course. Yeah, everybody's is good. Yeah, great. I might do that. Some people's are, we're really testing our bandwidth here today. Give me a thumbs up if you are into E-assessment. Okay. Weird. It says this may take a moment. Thanks. Yeah. What grade level? Everybody's getting on except for me. Well, at least you know it's not. It's just me. Mine's 3. Tonight. Last year. For 9 All right, just hang tight.
I'm deleting it. Oh, did you say Julie or test?
You have to check on
Look at that! It worked! Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's come back together. Waterfall! Okay, now that I enticed you with getting on here, I'm going to ask you to hold back the temptation to click. Because honestly, there's a couple things that you want to know before you start clicking. So here's the couple things you want to know. One is, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, we've got, it says test generator. That's where you land. That's where you generate tests. Yes, it is. So the other things you can do are assign tests. So that would be in classes and assignments. And then reporting is where you gather that data. We're going to start in classes and assignments. So again, don't click yet. I'll take you back through all of this in a second. So in classes and assignments is where we can assign something that we've either created or has already been created. And the first step, and you'll see it kind of talks you through the steps. Just read the directions. And the two things to know about navigating on here is that when you're searching through something, you click the plus sign. When you're selecting something, you drag and drop. Okay? My initial intuition just tells me I just click on something and it opens up. But here we need to, I'm going to click on it, drag it, and drop it into the field. And there is my class. And, oops. If I had students here, I would just click roster and all my students' names would line up. And then, so now I know what class I'm assigning the assessment to. Now I want to know what assessment am I assigning. So down here, there's e-assessment grade, whatever your grade is. This is grade 2. So remember to search, I select what? The plus sign. So I'm going to click the plus sign. I'm going to scroll down, and you can see I've got a chapter by chapter folder for each chapter. If I'm assigning a chapter 1 test, for example, again, I want to know what's in there. I select the plus sign, and it's going to show me everything that has already been created that I can assign for my students to take digitally. So there's that Am I Ready assessment, diagnostic, the pre-test, all those check my progresses. You'll see that there is Common Core practice and homework for each lesson. A little heads up that a lot of those are multiple choice. It's not the same homework as what the page looks like in the student book, but it is practicing the same standards. Okay, so it's not a one-to-one correlation, but it is in respect to the standards that it's practicing. There's a spiral review, and then here are all those assessments from the assessment masters. So the 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, and so on, as well as the vocabulary test. All right, so I'm going to select test 3A to assign. Again, when I select something, how do I select it?
Drag and drop.
Drag and drop. Click, drag, and drop. So I'm going to drop that onto the screen. And then it's going to take me through a series of questions and things. So I can decide if I want to rename it. Don't play with those buttons. Just leave it as recorded. In terms of categorizing, this is just going to help you in terms of reports if you're doing a quiz or a homework assignment or something. So you can, we're going to assign a test, so we're going to leave it as a test. You can also assign it in Spanish as needed, and then we hit next once all of those. Now, if I had students in here, they would be right here, and you can just shuffle them. So I can assign maybe test 1A to a group of students, test 2A to a group of students, and test 3A to a group of students, and nobody would ever know. So that's how we can just select, this is where we select the students. Then we have all kinds of parameters that we can set, the start date, the end date, the time. Maybe you're not sure if you're going to get to the test on Thursday or Friday. So you can set the date between Thursday and Friday, so you just select limit availability. If you don't select that, it's just going to be available to the students. So we don't necessarily want them going home and having, you know, Big Brother take their test for them, or mom, or dad. So you can pick, like, okay, I'm not sure if I'm going to get to this on Thursday or Friday, so I will set the parameters between the 2 days. And now I can even select the time frame. So I know I'm going to give it before, you know, before lunch on one of those 2 days. So I can say, you know, 10, let's see, it lets me pick, okay, got it. It lets me pick 10, and then I can say to 12. And now this assessment will only show up for my students on those 2 days between those 2 hours. Okay? So that's kind of a nice way to give an assessment and know that it's going to only happen when you're in class. You can set other parameters. The other one I like to highlight is down here, use scrambling. So here we are in the computer lab, or our kids all have their Chromebooks out and they're all side by side and they're all just easily looking over to each other. Well, here we have 3 different ways you can scramble the assessment. You can scramble the order of the questions, scramble the answer choices, and recalculate algorithms, meaning that it's the same problem but with different numbers. So I can select that, I can go next. Oops. Now there's options of what do my kids see at the end of the test. I like to say do not present a report, because if there's anything you have to go in and manually grade, because you'll have to manually grade anything that the students have typed in, a constructed response or something like that, it will say, you got 0%! Congratulations! So we don't need to create any anxiety in our students. I just suggest you say, don't present anything. Now, if you're doing a study guide, maybe, or a homework assignment, you may want them to see the results, because you can also give them results with rubric and feedback and all kinds of good stuff. So I'm going to keep clicking through here, and we're going to finish. It shows me, here's all the choices you made, and there's my assessment. So now every time I log in and I go to the classes and assignments drop-down, it's going to show me this assignment I created. By clicking on this little pencil, I get lots of options. I can view a summary of all those choices I just made. I can edit any of those choices I just made. I can view the results as my students are taking the test quickly. It'll show me the results. I can edit things. Maybe a kid does a makeup problem or shows me something different on their paper. I can edit their scores. I can clear the results, delete the assignment, view the status. So maybe a student started a test and didn't complete it or something like that. It shows me all the time frames. But I really encourage you to preview the assignment. So I can click preview the assignment, and now I can see and take the test exactly as the student would. Okay? So this is going to give me an opportunity to decide whether or not maybe I want to edit this or give the kids a little heads up on something, and so on. Okay? When my students take this, I will see the scores being averaged out right here, and like I said, there may be times when you need to click in and grade something manually. It will have a big red yes right here. You click on the yes and it takes you right to the questions that need to be graded by you. So we're going to go ahead and practice one of these assignments. So we should all be in e-assessment now. And remember, you're going to land on test generator. So I'm going to kind of have you click along with me, since this is a little, there's quite a few steps here. So pick that drop-down menu and make sure you go to classes and assignments. And then select your grade by dragging and clicking and dragging your students over to the field, or your class over to the field. And then once you do that, you want to go down and select a test, so you can scroll through the test, drag, drop it into the field, and answer those questions. I'm going to come around and help as needed. And then I'm going to show you how to create a custom test, and then we're done.
Okay. Yeah. So then go to e-assessments on the plus.
Right here for help. I can't do it.
And then I'll go to chapter you want to test on.
Our waterfall is going through a drought. All right, here we are, folks. We've got about 8 minutes left together. And I want to get you to, I want to show you how to make your own test, even though a lot of you, I noticed, are already doing that, because it is pretty self-explanatory, but that doesn't really mean that much. So a couple things. So there's 3 things that I want, if you write down nothing else about e-assessment, you should write down somewhere. 1, always, and this is all stuff I've already told you, always make sure when you log in that you are on the right drop-down menu, the right section, based on what you want to do. More times than not, I have teachers say, you know, I can't do this, I can't assign it, and it's only because they're in maybe test generator when they're supposed to be in classes and assignments. So test generator mode is for creating an assessment, classes and assignments is for creating an assignment, and reporting is for getting reporting. So hopefully we can remember those things. The other 2 things that I want to make sure you remember are to search something, you press the plus sign. To select something, you drag and drop. Okay? Those are not super intuitive, but once you've got that little trick in your hat, the whole thing comes together.
We're out of batteries again. I talk a lot. Okay, I can yell. We've only got 6.5 minutes now. So, okay. So any questions about assigning an assessment? Assigning. We feel like we probably could do that. Remember, this is, question.
Now, this was an online test?
Yes.
Can we make it into a hard copy?
Yes. So, the question is, we're talking about students taking these online, can I make it a hard copy? So remember that all the ones that McGraw-Hill has created are in your assessment masters. You have those hard copy already. But if you edit one of those, or if you create your own, you can print those out as well. And there are, let's see, I can show you that. So if I'm in test generator, and I select, let's see, a test that, you know what, I'm going to pause, because I'll show you how to do it once we create a test that we're just about to create. So, any other questions so far? Okay, let's do this. So because of time's sake, I'm gonna have you click along with me instead of showing you first. So what I'd like you to do is first make sure you're in test generator. Make sure your section is set on test generator. That way we can generate or create a test. Okay. The thing to know about test generator mode is that up here is a question bank. Down here are already made tests. So if you wanted to take one of our assessments and just, you know, I had heard someone earlier saying we just wanted to get rid of the multiple choice part but leave the question, something along those lines, take out a problem, add a problem, change the words, whatever you want to do, then you can drag one of these assessments over here, make sure it's in edit mode, and it will let you edit the assessment, okay?
How do you get to that?
Edit mode.
What was the question?
That's the mind test and shared content, and then the next one is what?
No. So we want to be in test generator, and then you just go into the e-assessment, and you search whatever those assessments are that are already created, drag it over, and then you can edit that. But what we're going to do right now is create an assessment that has some technology-enhanced questions. This is a really great way to give our students that real SBAC-y feeling to practice what those kinds of things look like. So we're all going to make one of those for our grade level right now. So what you do is, and you'll see again that it's got a lot of different ways to create a test. You can create a test by narrowing it down by the standard or whatnot. So there's a lot of ways to edit this. So I'm going to go into my e-assessment. Thank you.
Hi. Whew. Okay, I'm going to click the little plus sign next to my e-assessment in that top question sets section. Go ahead and do that with me. And then you'll see the very first folder says Assessment Items, Technology Enhanced. And I'm going to hit the plus sign next to that. And now you should see a chapter by chapter listing. I can pull the whole chapter over right now, or I can hit the plus sign next to that and see all the questions. When I hover over one, it's going to show me what that question is asking. So I can just hover over before I select that question. But just for fun, we're going to just pick the whole chapter 1 assessment. So I'm going to click on just where it says chapter, drag it over to the screen, drop it, and I have now created a completely technology-enhanced assessment.
All I got was because we have to do that HTML.
Okay? Now, there are things we can do. We can change things. So if I select File, right here above it, I can export it. I can print to a PDF. Okay, and when I select print, it actually gives me an option to do things like, you know, shuffle the questions around and things like that. So I can even print multiple versions. You can edit, it'll help you make different selections to edit and so on. Okay? All right. Were we able to create that assessment? The chapter won't drag.
Are they in test generator?
Yeah, so make sure you're in test generator up in the upper right hand corner. Open up assessment items. What grade are you? Okay. Kinder sometimes doesn't want to assign things technology based early on. Okay, so now we've generated this test. Sorry, I am trying to And let me just all right, hang on. I'm gonna go back to where we just were.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So, they switched this up on me. So usually when we drag these over, it's going to save this test for me, but it appears as though we need to go about that a little different way. So in the corner here, just hit the X. Okay, let's go into create a new test. And you're going to pick where you're going to save that. So you can either save it in My Tests and just know that all of your saved assessments are in My Tests, or you can save it in the e-assessment files under whatever chapter you're making that test for. So I kind of like to put them there just because now I know when I go to chapter 1 next year that there's my chapter 1 test that I'm going to make. So again, you can either highlight My Test or highlight the chapter. It doesn't really matter. It's just whatever you're going to remember. And instead of one of these options at the top, go down to the bottom and select the last bubble that's built-in empty test. You can choose options that will they will let the questions filter based on, you know, what the standard is you want to assess and whatnot. And then select finish. Oh, we've got to give it a title. Tech questions.
So cold, I need earmuffs.
Chapter 1. Okay. Finish. So we've named it, we've selected the folder we're saving it in, and we're building an empty test. Now select finish. Now we can do exactly what we just did, which is click the plus sign next to e-assessment in the top question sets section. Click the plus sign next to assessment items technology enhanced and drag the chapter over. And I want to add those questions. And now my test has been saved and created under the title and the folder that I just selected. Okay? I believe if we click that right now, so I saved it in My Test and it's already there. I can see that test before I even X out. I don't have to hit save or anything else. Now let's practice assigning that test. Okay, so since we've already assigned a test, it's the same process we went through a minute ago, but now you're going to look for the one you just made. So I'm going to do it up here if you want to follow, but I'm going to let you see if maybe you can pull that out. So what do I have to be instead of section? Instead of test generator. Classes and assignments, if I want to create an assignment. What do I do next? Pull that class over. And now you need to find the test. So I left mine in My Tests. I'm going to drag, bless you, that test out. And I'm going to make all those selections. I'm just going to go quick here. And there's my tech questions, chapter 1. If I want to see what that looks like, I can hit the pencil. Last option is preview. And now I can take this and see what this looks like. You'll see these are really great drag and drop type questions. A lot of different types of questions. Multiple response.
When the kids take these tests, will manipulatives be available for them to drag and drop and then keep in there so we can do the assessment?
So the way that you make manipulatives available is that you just go to your ConnectEd platform and they have those manipulatives pulled up. So that might be a part of something you want to do with them before they pull up their test, is pull up the manipulatives box. So they can have that box open and nothing else.
But they won't drag into the test for us?
No, they will not drag into the test. Right. Okay. Like I said, if you need a reminder of how to do e-assessment, on the Assess tab, you're in Chapter 1. There's a whole e-assess how-to, everything I just went over and more. There's that great professional development site, which will give you lots and lots of videos and how-tos on everything to do with my math and the digital. I really appreciate your time. Very nicely done with resisting the urge while I was demonstrating. So good luck, and I hope that was helpful. Thank you. Have a good year.
Does everybody need to stand up? Take it out a little bit?
You're not wanting to stand the entire time. If you feel like standing because you've been sitting too long, I get it.
Oh, you don't want to get it. No
Okay. I'd like to say something before we start, is that a real public lesson wouldn't look like this, because a real public lesson would have students, and we'd be talking about or teaching a content lesson at their grade level, so it would be authentic in that way. It's also not lesson study. Lesson study is done in the cohorts, the groups that you established last week. But it's in the spirit of such. So, in the spirit of a public lesson where we're going to try this, where we can pick some math that we can do together and be observed and have feedback. So the spirit, what I mean by the spirit of it is, the lesson study will be about putting a lesson together that you share, and then you'll watch the lesson and have a debrief about what happened in the lesson. This has not at all happened here. We have a lesson that you did not develop. So it's not the same piece of ownership that you would normally have. But what we wanted to at least have for you is an idea of how the process goes. And so Carl's going to take you through the debrief when we finish. And we'll just see how far we get before lunch. So I have non-volunteers today at these 3 tables. There's a couple extras, but I have some observers. 2 tables here, 3 tables here. So that gives us 32 people. Okay? What I'd like you to do before the lesson starts, at your tables of 4, and only 4, not 5. So even if there's 5 people there, only 4 are in the lesson. Is I'd like you to number yourselves off 1 through 4. Decide who's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and everybody else who's not in the lesson, when you have one of those aha moments, as they happen, you're like, oh, yeah. Try to keep it to yourself. For sure, don't meddle with the participants in the middle. And we'll debrief about that later. So today we're going to get class. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Today we're going to be looking at some mathematics. The mathematics of the Flash mind reader. Okay. Anybody in the class seen this before? No. That's good. All right. What I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you participate at different levels. I can't recall whether I have my sound turned off or on, but we'll see in a second. What I'm going to have you do We're going to a website. It's listed at the bottom. You don't need to go there. We're going to do it as a class. These directions will be on the screen, but when they come on the screen, they'll be very small, so I thought we'd read them together now. And when we go through the process, it'll become clear in your mind what's going on. So I'll take a class volunteer to sort of read for all of us aloud so we can just hear it together. Class volunteer.
I didn't expect this. I can stand up. Choose any two-digit number, add together both digits, and then subtract the total from your original number. When you have the final number, look it up on the chart and find the relevant symbol. Concentrate on the symbol, and when you have it clearly in your mind, click on the crystal ball, and it will show you the symbol you are thinking of.
Okay, if I had to emphasize any one of those, I would say the key word is concentrate. It's got to be in here. Okay, we're going to take a look at the site, and we'll have people participate from the class. Here's the site here. Here's the crystal ball. Oh, you can't see it. Yeah. 3.14159265358 and all that stuff, right? You're seeing all that. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing. I need someone from the class to volunteer to sort of be the guinea pig, first one in, and I knew there would be some zooming issues, so let's resolve that. Reset to default. Can everybody see it all now? Okay. So you remember, you pick a two-digit number, you add the digits together, you subtract it from the original number, find it on the chart, and then concentrate. Somebody from the class would like to volunteer. There's scratch paper in front of you, and we'll give you all the time you need to do the algorithm. And I'll repeat it to you. A volunteer. Right here. Okay, so you can have a piece of paper if you'd like to. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to pick a two-digit number, but you don't have to tell us. And once you have the two-digit number, she has to tell us. He's taking over my lesson. Okay, pick a two-digit number.
28.
28. Can we do this mentally or on paper if you need to? You add those two digits together, 2 and 8 in your head, and subtract that from your original number. Nobody tell me the answer. I want you to find that number up here on the chart, and you'll notice a relevant symbol next to it. Did you find that? Okay. Now, the most important part is I want you to concentrate on that symbol. Are you doing that? Okay, here we go. Ready, and go. Did you get your symbol? All right. All right, all right. Sometimes it's just a fluke, so how about somebody from one of these two tables? Want to volunteer?
22.
So she's going to volunteer 22, so we'll try to work with the mental math. Add the two digits together. Subtract that from the number you chose. And then let's concentrate. Oh yeah, did you find the relevant symbol?
Yes.
Tell me when you're concentrating. And go. Okay. That was kind of odd. That was kind of odd. Maybe we'll try it one more time from a table back here. Someone else want to choose a vastly different number? Oh, you already chose a number?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me clear it out though. All right. So I'm going to ask you to use a number that you don't have written on your paper right now. Okay? Pick a two-digit number for us.
46.
46. Go ahead and add those digits together in your head. You got that?
Yeah.
Subtract that from your original number. Find the relevant symbol on the chart. Now concentrate on that symbol very deeply. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Move the mouse over. You got it again? All right. So that's the math we're going to explore today. We're going to explore what's going on here. Let's see if this will come back up. What I'd like you to do first in your groups, I'm going to give you 4 minutes for this, is I'm going to have you do what we call a continuous round robin. It is a Kagan structure, and I know some of you have done Kagan training, some of you may have not. If you don't know what that is, here's how it works. I pick somebody to start the conversation, you're numbered off 1 through 4. I'm going to do a random generator for that. 3. See that? It's random. Person number 3 will start. They will say one kind of complete sentence, one thought, okay? And then it will just rotate in a clockwise fashion until I call time, which is 4 minutes. Here's the prompts I want you to talk about. What's going on here? How can we make sense of this? And will mathematics help us? Okay? So in your tables, and everybody else around us listening to these conversations, you can move in a little bit to listen. I'm going to give you 4 minutes, and begin.
So, breathe her in.
We're not
What is going on? What is going on here? There has to be a number representation. They were, I thought mine were all even too. I did all even. Well, your first one was odd. But he still got the same answer I did, and I used even. So did I.
So because your answer was there's more than one symbol represented.
There's,
mine was 9.
So you picked 73.
So
right?
I picked 73.
And I picked 76. Okay, so let's go 73. 76. What number did you pick?
I had 11 and 12. I did 11 and 12.
And you had the same symbol?
No.
That's
the second time I
that.
got the symbol. That the other even number chose 36.
So even numbers get one symbol and odd numbers.
But there were different ones up there.
Maybe they're multiples of a specific number. Because if you picked 73 and that was 10, and I picked 76, which is 3 more, and I got 13.
So your starting symbol was not the one.
I got the same symbol because I got 63.
So like multiples of 3 have a symbol, multiples of 4 have a symbol.
That's possible.
But
the multiples of 2 were different from the 4s.
Say that one more time.
Multiples of 2 were different from the 4s.
That's possible. So you would have to try it one more time in order to figure out.
Because 36 and 36 was
What's going on?
36 and 37 Yeah, but both of these numbers are
like 3 numbers and multiples of 3 and see.
right.
And then someone do the 4s and someone do just to see the 5s. Just to see if the symbols were the same.
I wonder what would happen
when you add them together.
So we picked, so let's go, we picked 79. Right?
But that's what I'm saying, 37.
Yeah. Those gathered around the table, if you can go ahead and move them back, give them about the last minute and a half to gather their thoughts, so we're going to move on to the next part of the lesson. Continue the round robin for the next minute and a half.
I can recognize you. How you been?
Okay, you've had a chance to process. The questions were, what is going on? How can we make sense of this? And will mathematics help us? I don't want to hear everything that you talked about. but I just want to hear from two groups, and we're going to move along. So I'm going to choose the two coal groups here, just to you to reiterate some of the things that you said as you were talking about this. And remember, the goal is not necessarily just to give out everything that you said, but just the highlights. So how about from the back group? Can I get a volunteer to speak about what you spoke about?
We think you were distracting us when you said to concentrate on the number and take our eyes away from the circle and what you were doing.
Okay. They think I'm tricky. Okay, somebody want to reiterate?
We were just trying to recall what we had noticed, and we were looking for patterns, and we noticed that the number 9 seemed to come up from both in the subtraction and in the answer, that you could add the two digits together from the answer and make the number 9.
Okay, very interesting. I heard several other groups saying something similar. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, I don't have that plugged in, is I'm going to have several of you in a row volunteer from the class to have your mind read. And I'm going to have my beautiful assistant capture your thinking on the flip chart, okay? And then we're going to try to push our thinking a little bit. Volunteers? Have your mind read. There's one. Anybody else? Volunteer? I'm going to do it several times while I'm trying to get this up. Have 1, 2. Anybody else? I'll be choosing you in a little bit. Are you ready? Okay. Carl, I'm going to have you capture it when she's done. Go ahead and give me your two-digit number. 52. We add those digits together. And subtract that from the original. And concentrate deeply on the relevant symbol. Did you find it? Are you concentrating? Here we go. Okay. Let's capture how you did the, let me, and maybe not everybody can hear it, but I'll try to re-say it. Tell me what you did as you calculated that. Take me through the steps, and Carl's going to chart it. But you already charted something. Go ahead.
I added 5 and 2 in my head to get 7, and then I subtracted that from 52 to get 45.
Okay, Carl, maybe I'll have you chart it where it captures what she said. So I like how you said, the way I got 7 is I did 5 plus 2 in my head, and I took that away from 52 to get 45. Okay. Let's try it up here, and then I had another volunteer somewhere else. Take a look at it a little bit more. Go ahead. Give me a two-digit number.
85.
85. Add the two digits together in your head. Once you've added the two digits together, and you can do it on paper, you subtract it from your original number. Did you find your symbol? Did you concentrate? And here we go. All right, so let's capture your thinking. How did you walk me through the algorithm in your head? What did you do?
85, I added 8 and 5, that gave me 13.
Okay, 8 and 5 give you 13.
And I did 13, subtracted 85.
Subtracted that from 85.
That got me 72.
Got you to 72. Okay. Does anybody in the class have an idea about how we might take what we have on the board already and maybe even dig a little deeper, maybe see more structure? Is there another way we could write that to see more structure? What I mean by structure, like structure of how yeah, what do you think?
I broke the 13 down by doing 10 plus 3, so then I took the 10 away from 85 and 75, and then is that the last thing?
Okay, so you chose to think of 8 plus 5 as 13 being 10 and 3. Okay, so how would we write that, Carl? Carl's trying to follow. He saw 85 minus, okay, 10 plus 3 is 72. Okay? All right, anybody else have another way maybe to think about the structure of that? Okay, let's read one more mind. Go ahead and draw a line under that one, Carl. Let's draw a line under that. Who was the last volunteer? Third volunteer? You were. Okay. 2-digit number, please. Oh, you're not going to? 91. Okay, go ahead and add the digits in your head. You got that? Subtract that from your original number. Find that on the chart. Have your symbol. Concentrate. Here we go. Did you get it? Okay, so tell Carl what to write down on the board.
Well, I did what they all did and add them, so 91 take away 9 plus 1, which is 10. So that would be 1. But I looked at the 9 first and saw the symbol was on the 9. So my partner, when I looked at the symbols, I checked to see if my symbol, which is 81, was the same as her idea of number 9. And what about symbols?
Ah, so she started to compare it to her neighbor and see, mine matched. What's going on there? Okay. By the way, somebody else brought this up. That's cool. I heard it humming right now in the background. That's great. You found it. All right. Here's what I want you to do to push your thinking. Carl's going to leave that up there. I'm going to have you in your groups do a little more exploration of this. No, I'm sorry, not in your groups. By yourself, and then we're going to go to pairing up. And here's what I want you to do. There's a student in the class named Carl. And Carl recently used the Flash Mind Reader as well. He picked a 2-digit number, added together both digits, and subtracted the total from his original number, just like you guys have been doing. His final number was 54. Can you figure out his original number? Why don't you take a piece of paper, scratch paper on the desk in front of you, and see if you can come up with an answer. What was Carl's original number? And I'll hush as you work.
I did not.
That's my number. Here's the thing.
Okay, if you'd like to talk with the people in your group to make sure everybody has an answer, and you can help if you're still working towards one, that's fine. Take your time towards getting an answer if possible.
I just picked the even number. So I thought, gee, we were looking at patterns. So after I picked 62 and I subtracted that, I said I'm going to try going count to twos to see if I get the same number. So now, so this one, I said, oh, I'm going to try 62 just to make sure to see if I still get 54 because you're increasing by the same number. Because I'm increasing.
Okay, we're going to have you get up now, and I'm going to ask the people around the perimeter to stay there. I'm going to have you get up and do a mixed pair share. I'm not if you're familiar with this, but the way that it goes is this. You take your work with you. You're going to carry your work.
So I can.
There'll be music playing, and when there's music playing, you're going to carefully mix around the room. Carefully, I say, because there's lots of obstacles in here.
Start backwards.
When the music stops, you freeze. So you mix with the music. When the music stops, you freeze. And you freeze, and you look for the person nearest to you. Whoever's nearest to you, that's who you pair up with. Give them a high five. You'll be partners. And new instructions will ensue at that time. That make sense? So let's make sure that you can see my screen, because it tends to just jump back and forth. I'm going to turn on the music. Everybody go ahead and take your work. Go ahead and stand up. And when you hear the music start mixing.
I don't know where I'm going.
Mix, mix, mix. Don't stay with your table mates. I'm going right, the person nearest to you, be ready for the next directions. All right, class, we'll do a little was it waterfall? Waterfall. All right, thank you guys. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Remind you that the question is about Carl. Okay, I'm going to have you hold your conversations for just a second. And I want to give everybody equal voice. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to partner you up. Does everybody have a partner, or does anybody not have a partner? If you do not have a partner, raise your hand. Just join a group. There's one. Okay. Partner. All right, I'm going to have you be partners A and B. I want you to look carefully at your partner. You will notice that partner A's head, the top of partner A's head, is a little closer to the ceiling. Partners B, their head is a little further away from the ceiling. Yeah? Figure out who A and B are by looking at each other? All right. All right. So we're going to have you share. I'm going to give you 30 seconds each to share your answer and how you got it. Or if you did not get an answer, just tell them about the thinking and where you're at right now. We're going to start with partner A. Your head is closer to the ceiling. You have 30 seconds. And go.
Multiple of 9 less than 60 is 54. This one is C. Say that again? The closest multiple of 9 less than 60 is 54. Once you get up to 70, you go down to 63.
Okay, now it's partner B's turn to start talking and share. A, you listen. Go. All right. I apologize. That was just to get your attention, actually, on accident. I want you to get a little bit more information, but I'm just going to keep it short. Think about what you just learned from that conversation. Boil it down to 15 seconds. I'm going to turn the music back on. I'm going to have you mix once more. Go through the process again with some different person, and then we'll have you return to your seat. But again, think short time. You're just going to have 15 seconds. Go. Mix. Go ahead. Pair up. So, everybody have a partner? Raise your hand if you're unpartnered. I'm a partner. Oh. One person here, coming up over here. We're good? Okay. This time you will notice, this is my other favorite cake, one I really liked. I took away from the training. If you look down at your feet, you will notice that partner A has much shinier shoes. So go ahead and look down. Yeah, they're definitely shinier. Okay, so this time we'll start with partner B. I'm sorry you have less shiny shoes. You only get 15 seconds to give them your best effort, and go.
He started with 62, and he got 54. And we both oddly had 64, and we still came in 54. And we thought, oh, well, let's go up another 2. So we came with 66, and we came with 54.
Okay, your time is up, partner A. 15 seconds, go.
Same thing with the last one. She did the round report, and they were looking at the same thing. We hadn't got up to 68 yet, but they were doing so like the even numbers, you know, that they all equaled out to 54, and was, you know, so yeah, so.
All right, I want you to look your partner right in the eye, and I want you to point at him and say, that was an amazing conversation. Go ahead, circulate back to our seats, find our seats. What I'd like you to do now, if you already haven't started, I noticed some groups have already started this, is you started to compile some solutions. What But what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to revisit, it's the same problem, okay? I'd like you to use the structure or even enhance the structure if possible that you see on the flip chart that Carl wrote down. And I'd like you to make a list. Did you guys notice that there might be more than one solution to my question about Carl?
Oh, yes.
Yeah? I'd like you to find all of them if possible. Compile a list of possible solutions to have a final number of 54. I'm going to give you several minutes to do that, and then we're going to have to close the lesson. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes to compile that at your table. Go.
What was the original number? What they're asking is what the original
Yeah, it has to be in the 60s. Yeah, 60 will work.
Okay, I want to draw you back up here. So for those of you on the edges as well, we'll draw you back up here and try to close this lesson out. It's the constant teacher struggle we all face. I'm in the middle of the lesson and lunch is looming. And if I get in the way of hungry people, it's going to get ugly. All right. Would one of the groups like to share out maybe your solution or solutions to what you think would capture the answer about Carl? Anybody? Sounds like Groundhog Day. Go ahead.
You said it would be anything times 6 times 9 is 54, so anything in the 60s.
Yep.
So anything in the 60s,
Yes.
Could equal 50.
starting from 60 itself or 61?
60.
60 through 69?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. Do other groups agree with that
Yes.
assessment? Does anybody find a number outside of 60 through 69 that works?
No.
Okay. How about this? This is where I really wanted to get with the lesson. We have a limited amount of time. I heard one already, but I don't want to tell you what it was because I want other groups to come up with theirs. But I heard one group form a conjecture already about what's going on in general. What do you think is really going on? A conjecture is a mathematical hypothesis, right? If I'm a scientist and I have a hypothesis, it's what I think is going on based upon evidence, but then I have to go test it. Okay, so I want you to try to form one conjecture, one mathematical idea about what's going on in general about this whole crazy problem anyway, okay? And then I'm just going to circle the bases on that. Actually, I'm going to ask about 2 or 3 groups, but real quickly, conversation, what is your one conjecture? As a group, decide on that. 1 minute. Go.
So when you're every morning at 9:30. That's why the answer is
Last 10 seconds. Some of your thoughts. Okay, let's close the conversation. You have a conjecture you want to share? We'll come back here with the mic. I want everybody to listen carefully to the conjecture.
Okay, so it has to be between 60 and 69 because when you subtract 60, you add 6 plus 0, you get 54, and then you're increasing by 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Therefore, when you add the two digits together, you're subtracting by that extra digit. So it's like it's an equal sign. It's balanced. So everything stays balanced.
Did you guys follow that? Let me see if I can recapture that. I'm sorry, your name?
Anna. It was Francine.
Francine or Anna. Let me see if I can recapture that in the paper, because that was a lot to process. I got to think about this problem ahead of time, so I'm thinking, let me give an example. Like, what if we chose 64? It might look like this. 64, which is really an expanded notation.
60 plus 4.
60 plus 4. Now, I need to subtract 6 plus 4, right? Subtract the digits. So if I expand both, I think what she's saying is, you always end up getting 60 minus 6. That's what you said? Which is 54. And then she said, her second part was, this number goes up each time, but that number goes up too. And they always pretty much knock each other out. So if I had 65, it would still be 60 minus 6 is 54, but now it's 5 minus 5. 66, 60 minus 6, 54. 6 minus 6 is 0. So is that kind of what you're saying in a nutshell? A different conjecture from a different group, either about the same problem 54, or maybe you just want to comment on the whole conspiracy. I heard somebody said it's a conspiracy. Maybe the whole website is a conspiracy. Okay? By the way, I don't know if you noticed there, I see I'm at 12, so I'm going to have to hush. So what I would do in a real class is I would have more than half an hour, and I could keep the thinking going for a little bit longer on this. But I want you to know, I just want to point out one thing I did, so I'm kind of closing the lesson here. Is at the very end I asked for a conjecture, and then I wrote it down the way that I wanted to see it in the first place. That was my direct instruction to you, which was to take your idea, and then I tried to clarify it here on the paper. What I really was going to get to eventually, if we had about 15 more minutes, was what if it was any two-digit number, AB?
Yes.
Like
Yes. We tested it.
83 or 75 or whatever.
It works.
What I was hoping to do, my direct instruction would look, if you have AB, A sits in the something's place, tens place, and the B sits in the ones place. So really, in expanded notation, right? The 6 isn't a 6, it's a 6 times 10, isn't it? Yes. And the 4 is really a 4 times 1. And so when we have any two-digit number, it's really 10 A's and just 1 B, right?
Yes.
And then what I ask you to do is subtract adding the digits. And you can see there, every time I do that, yeah, what she noticed is true. The B's cancel out, and I'm left with 10A minus A, which is 9A. I heard a couple groups, no one said the conjecture right now, even though I gave you a chance. Somebody said there's something to do with nines, right?
Yeah.
It's an old trick called casting out nines. Sounds a little scary, I know. You might not want to say that when parents are in the room. They're casting spells in math class, and they had a crystal ball. Carl's going to close this out now, and then we're going to debrief after lunch. Carl?
I know it wasn't right. You don't.
When you think about this, if Mike were to put up the screen again, what do you expect all the symbols? Were they all different?
No.
All the multiples of 9 were the same symbol. That's how it works. We're done. Okay, so after lunch, we're going to debrief. So all of you that were watching are going to have input about what you saw and what you listened to. So go ahead and go grab food. It's already 5 after 12. We're getting about... Okay, we got a few more people coming in from outside. We'll wait for them to come in and then we'll get rolling.
can't think of any other one. That's a big
Okay, here we go. So, you're going to experience your first debrief of a lesson. And just to remind you a couple of things, we have, and we will talk about these in depth as we go through the lesson study cycle. There are some visitors here with us that are not part of the grant, and so just bear with us because we're going to talk about lesson study stuff for the next about half an hour, 20 minutes, maybe 15. I don't want to alienate those people that are here from there's a couple of schools where the vast majority of their teachers are part of the grant, so this is their professional development for their site. And so when we do these all-day in-services that are on your school days, they're joining us. And they weren't in that week intensive, and they're here with us today. So they don't know what we're talking about when we say lesson study. So this group of these tables right down the center here, you experienced a lesson. And we had a goal that we set as we were thinking about what lesson we wanted to capture. And I passed out a little form for you to capture some of the thinking on there. And this was kind of some of the things that we were thinking about. I'm just going to put this up on the document camera. Maybe, so you can see some of it. We were really thinking about math practices. All of the lesson study groups, you guys came up with a research theme. Our research theme was, can we capture some math practices in this lesson? And then which ones would we want to focus on? And so I listed the ones that I thought we could focus on in this lesson. And so we didn't actually write out a research theme. Those 4 math practices are our research themes. That makes sense. So hopefully those that were watching around the outside, you were looking for evidence of that. Now, when we start having these lesson study cycles, after the first 2 days when we plan the lesson and we actually teach it and debrief it, we will go through with you. There's actual protocols about how the debriefs go. And so one of the main things that we always do when we do a lesson study debrief is that the person who taught the lesson gets to talk first. And we always, remember, it's not just their lesson, it's the whole room's lesson, right? So we always thank them for teaching our lesson. That make sense? So Mike, thank you for teaching our lesson.
Thank you, Carl. Well, Carl's asked me just to share my thoughts, and I lamented already that I wanted more time to extend the thinking. Because what I really wanted to do was get down to math practices 3, 7, and 8, where I thought most of our time was spent up with the first 2 in our lesson. And I saw people working hard. I was encouraged by my students working and continuing to work through the problem. I also noticed that they were able to go back and forth between the abstract and the concrete sort of being the crystal ball and the oohs and ahs, and then to sort of put it down into some computation and think about that. I was pleased with that. I do think more time would have been better. I also regretted my decision not to bring maybe 1 or 2 students up and share their work, particularly with this thinking that was shared back at that table, maybe to get more students to share that, their written out structure a little bit deeper, other than me just taking the initiative. But I was watching the clock, and so I got to that direct instruction piece a little sooner than I hoped to. That's about all I have to say, Carl.
Any questions from the participants that were actually experiencing the lesson for Mike?
If you had more time, how might you have guided us? And if you had more time, how might you have
guided us.
I'm gonna get tired.
What I was really hoping for you to think more deeply about was the base 10 system. And to really notice, each and every person to really notice how when we think about a 2-digit number, that first digit really exists as a number of tens. And when we take away one of those tens, we really have 9 of those left, of whatever that digit might be. I didn't really expect, even with more time, to necessarily go to an algebraic representation. It was just to think more deeply about the base 10 system. And so I was just going to extend your questioning out. I would have more students come up and share. And I think just by looking at more and more examples, a more clear understanding would start to get developed in your head about what was going on with this problem. And I heard murmurings of that during the lesson, like, oh, hey, I'm kind of understanding certain things. And just to get you to understand as much as I could about it.
Anything else? Okay, so now we're going to go to the outside, those who watched the lesson. And there were some prompts. I'll show you all of them, those that were experiencing the lesson. What evidence do you see that everyone has an equal voice? So we structured this lesson so that there would be opportunities for everybody to talk. Did you get what we did to make that happen? Describe the mathematical dialogue you hear. And then the last 4 questions just had to do with, the last 4 questions were just about evidence you saw of the actual 4 math practices we were focusing on. So I'm just going to open it up to around the room. What evidence did you see that you wrote down? Share, let's do this. By table. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to share an idea or 2 of any one of those prompts. And then each table is going to have to share as we go around. So decide what you're going to share at your table. You've got 1 minute to make that decision.
On camera, I felt it quick.
Okay, I'm going to call on some tables. You guys have what you're going to share. You ready? Every table raise a hand. Just let me know you're ready. Okay, good. What did you guys observe evidence of any one of those prompts? Give me one.
We just observed that they went through multiple different ideas and ways of solving it. They didn't give up. They persevered through all of their ways of thinking.
So they observed that as the groups were working, that they persevered through multiple scenarios, right? Yeah, they had one group their first thought was that Mike was just trying to trick them, right? Did you catch that? You're just trying to distract us, and then you're doing something, right? So, but they worked past that, right? So here's the goal is that all too often we don't want our kids to struggle. You guys ever notice that? We have an aversion in our society of letting students struggle. And struggle is where learning happens. So good, I'm glad you noticed that.
I had to even get on you, remember?
Yeah, because I was going to help, and yeah.
We noticed that the getting up, and moving around, and the timer also helped perseverance as well, because it kept them engaged in what they were doing, and it kept them like almost on their toes, like where am I going to move next?
Good. So the structures that we put in place for the lesson to force student conversation were the round robins and the pair share type situation where you had to get up and find a partner. Those were to force conversation. All too often we say, okay, talk to your neighbor, and then what happens? Crickets start chirping, right? So you have to have structure in place to force the conversation. Sometimes it works better than others. There were several groups where you gave 4 minutes for the round robin, and they were done in 30 seconds. So you have to be mindful of stuff like that. Another comment at this table. You didn't think I was coming to you, did you? You ready? Okay.
The group that we were observing, they just did not give up. So they had that perseverance, and noticed that all of them were sharing their reasoning and explaining to each other, which was pretty powerful in that.
One thing that, just a training thing for down the road, in Pinedale you guys missed the lesson, but one thing that we really want to have you start thinking about, and so I'm going to give you 1 more minute to clarify. When you give input as an observer, you should always try to actually state what you saw somebody say or do. Does that make sense? You want evidence. Because when we're sitting around at a table talking about how well our lesson worked or didn't work, what people tend to do is say, oh, I thought the lesson was great. That means nothing. Or, on the other side, they'll say, man, I didn't think the lesson did what I thought it was going to do. You can't say statements like that without giving evidence of why. So we have to be very careful about when we say something like, I saw students, I like the way they did this, but give it actual examples of what you saw. So think about that for just a few more seconds. So when I come to your table, think about what you saw and try to give an actual example. Hopefully you jotted some things down. So I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds. Is when I come to stick the mic in your face, give me an actual example of what you saw.
We did better than
asking for something you heard or saw, so actual evidence. Ready? Here we go.
I have one person that said there has to be a pattern, and then their partner said, well, I think the pattern is dependent on the size of the number, and then they started giving examples.
So, say that one more time.
Someone said there has to be a pattern, and their partner said, well, the pattern is dependent on the size of the number.
So one person said there must be a pattern. So that's a step, right? They realize there has to be a pattern, and then their partner fed off that and said, well, okay, so if there's a pattern, maybe it has to do with the size of the number, which is a start, right? It's a step into this idea that there must be some kind of flow to this pattern, instead of just thinking Mike's tricking them, right? Okay, how about this table? Who wants to share something they saw?
Somebody at one of the tables had said if they had a chance to look at the screen and notice the symbol patterns, there probably would be a pattern within the symbols.
So one of the groups wanted to have that screen stay up there. That was a conscious decision not to have that screen up there for you all the time. So we thought about that, whether that should stay up there or not. If it had stayed up there, think about that. If that had been sitting up there and somebody said, oh, there must be a factor of 9, boy, it would have been easy to start looking at all the factors of 9 and say, oh, all those symbols are all the same every time you see a 9. How about this table? Any evidence that you saw?
We had, because of the mixed round robin and the mixed pair share, we just noticed that everyone's got a voice because of those techniques.
Okay, so they noticed that the Kagan structures that we used created an equal voice. One thing you'll notice when you actually ask kids to talk is that you'll have the dominant kid in the group. And here's the danger of that, is that the dominant kid all too often isn't right. Have you ever noticed that? And because he's the dominant voice, everybody else goes, oh, he must be right. And he leads the whole group off into Never Never Land. When there's probably this quiet person that sits on the far side that is thinking, oh, that is so not right, but he's not voicing, right? So we have to create a structure where everybody has a voice, so that the guy that has the dominant voice goes, oh, I kind of like what you said too. And then that makes everybody think, right? So those kind of structures that, and there's tons of them. We demonstrated a couple of Kagan structures, but those aren't the only types of structures that you can use. There's just regular think, pair, share. There's lots of things that you can use to force kids to have those kinds of conversations, so that the dominant voice isn't the one that's always listened to. Good. How about this table?
I think I heard a student saying something about how they could use different types of math to solve problems.
So they heard somebody say, well, I can use different ways to solve that problem. Now, notice that the problem about 54, when Carl's number was 54, did everybody notice that there's different numbers that came up with 54? You see how Mike arranged that so that one person could come up with one number, but then another person could come up with another number. But then when he had them pair up, then they could realize, oh, maybe my number's not the only one, because you got another number. And then that creates that, oh, I wonder how many there are. Can we find a pattern of how many numbers give me 54? And then that kind of gets that base 10 piece going and flying out, when there's 10 of them that work. Any other comments from the gallery? I called you a gallery. Yeah. From the class.
I was in the class, but I just wanted to say that I was excited and wanted the answer. So I think developing that environment in our classrooms is a challenge, but I mean, I didn't feel like I was in a class doing a math problem. I felt like I was at some, cool magic show, trying to figure out what was going on.
Awesome. I like that comment that you were pulled into the mathematics by the fact that it was interesting for you, right? One of the things that we've been really pushing with teachers the last year or so, and those of you that were in the 4-6 group, I actually talked about this, but when you do direct instruction, and we know that direct instruction is always going to be part of what we do, there is a time and a place for it though. And most of the research that's coming out now says that direct instruction should actually be at the end of a lesson instead of at the beginning of a lesson. And the reason that the researchers say that is that if you wait till the end, like Mike did that direct instruction piece with pulling out pulling the numbers apart and talking about the base 10 system and showing you where the 9 was, that's the direct instruction piece. Now, it made sense to you because you had spent 25, 30 minutes digging into the problem. And you were interested in how to get the answer. So you had earned the right for the direct instruction. Everybody catch that? You had through your effort and in your interest, you had earned that opportunity for some direct instruction. And the direct instruction actually sunk in because of the fact that you had some experience. And I heard a researcher say recently, he said, direct instruction at the beginning of a lesson doesn't work because you're answering questions that nobody's asked. Does that make sense? If we pose questions to kids to make them curious, then we use the direct instruction to answer the questions that they had through their curiosity. Does that make sense? Oh, we've known this for a long time. Yeah.
Isn't exactly relevant, but I just need, there's so many of you in here, I need advice. So what do you do when you have a student that's, they get frustrated right away, they start crying? You know, I was one to kind of try to intervene, you know, once you know your students, you know they're going to do that, and I would intervene before that would happen, because then they shut down when they start crying, and you can't get anything to them. So,
perfect segue. The next piece we're going to do is about students, and one of the things I noticed a huge theme of at least the 4-6 group, and it might be across lots of different groups also, is how do we build perseverance in our students? Because it's math practice number 1, right? It's the very first math practice is how do we get kids to persevere in problem solving? Right now, if kids don't see how to do a problem in 30 seconds, they pretty much shut down. How do we overcome that, right? And that's when we have to look. We have to teach our kids how to overcome that. And so the next piece that we're going to do, this whole idea of mindset, is to how do we overcome that idea with kids. So we're going to address that. I'm going to come back to that statement. Is there anything else? I thought I saw a hand up over here.
No, I was just going to kind of reverberate just like the group we watched is like a perfect example of like what my daughter would do in a math class, is that not so much that there was a dominant voice, but that someone came up with an answer and her response was, okay, we'll go with that. Because as soon as you say math and you put her in a group, she's going to let someone else do it for her. It was a very cute video that was shown this morning. But when I last week sent my daughter a math problem, just for kicks to see what kind of work she would do, I literally sent a text home to my son, 12-year-old, my daughter, 14-year-old, that said the first one that can send me their answer to this problem and their work gets $5. And my daughter's response was, do I have to? Because, and this is a girl that like we took to like mathnasium. I mean, this is a, you know, A/B math student all year, but it's because like we forced her to go to a math student.
So we have to reshape how she sees mathematics.
Right, like engage these kids who are tuned out, because I was,
absolutely.
By the time I was her age, I was the same way.
So I agree, we have a big challenge ahead of us to reshape how students see mathematics, but we also have to be careful, we already talked about this once, but not letting a dominant voice drive where a group of students go. We have to teach kids that when they're working in a group collaboratively, that they are collaborative workers. That does not mean they just follow blindly behind the one person. That everybody should have an equal voice. And that how to discuss their way. And if they have an idea, they have to be able to justify that idea. That's math practice number 3. We can't just say, I think the answer is 5 because it's my favorite number. They have to have some justification for that, right? They have to be able to explain in defense. You have a comment?
I just think that once we get this going, those kids that have typically not wanted to participate because of failure are going to start to see, oh, counting on my fingers is okay. Using manipulatives are okay. I had this conversation with my daughter, same thing, and she was, I gave her a simple addition problem, and she said, she's down here doing this, and she's trying to hide it. She goes, and I said, why are you hiding your fingers? She goes, because everybody makes fun of me. Teachers tell me I should know this, on the top of my head. She goes, this is how I figure it out. I go, that's okay. And I think once we start to implement this, we're going to start seeing kids being successful, and they're going to want to engage. That's what I hope is.
Thank you for that comment.
Last year, I had a problem-solving activity with my kids, and they wrestled with it, and they were sharing their work. And one of the students said, oh, there's a trick. And I want to distinguish that trick from a procedure that you skip to. I mean, I'm not talking about that kind of trick. And I just landed on that. I said, oh, there's always a trick. And when I told my kids there's always a trick, they said, oh, maybe we can find the trick. And so they found, I mean, there were lots of tricks with the problems, but in their heads, when they knew there was a solution, it kind of instigated that problem-solving perseverance because they knew, oh, we must be able to do this somehow.
If there's a trick, I must be able to do it, right?
I must be able to find it. So that was one like mental strategy that helped them to persevere.
And perseverance doesn't happen overnight. You have to build perseverance with your students. It's like a muscle, right? We build that. So that's a nice segue into our next piece. Mike? Mike gets the last word.
The final protocol in the way you do the lesson study is the teacher of the lesson gets to get the last say. Thank you, Carl. I do appreciate everybody's input. And if we were to reteach our lesson, I would like to teach it differently now that I've heard from you. I would. And I would make those changes, and we would watch the second lesson, and then rebrief again, and maybe go back to the first way. But here's a couple things I heard. The round robin should have been an ink or writing first, and then a round robin. I think I put you into that too soon. I would say write it down first, what you think about these 3 prompts, and then you just share from there. So I would redo that. The other one was a comment over here about keeping the screen, keeping the symbols up or not. I'd like to do my next lesson where it does stay up the entire time. And I just want to see what the difference is. Maybe Carl and I were correct that it gives away too much and it ruins the lesson, but maybe not. Maybe it extends the thinking. So I would like to see what difference that would make. Someone also commented that, I think back here, one of the students in the class, she said that she wanted to keep working because it was like a magic show. And I remember the words of Michael Serra, who's a famous educator from San Francisco, math teacher. He said he gets upset when people say, you know, you're not supposed to be the sage on the stage. And he said, I disagree. Now, I think when people typically say that, they're saying that the kids have to have a voice, student-centered classroom. But Michael Serra says, no, you are constantly trying to find ways to engage people, even if it's not a crystal ball. I like Carl's comment about earn the right. And I started thinking it. He said, you've earned the right to get the direct instruction that I gave you. And I started rethinking that. I don't know if they earned it yet, Carl. I might have, I might have really in my classroom said, you know what, we're going to regroup tomorrow and extend that thinking out more. You don't have to leave with this direct instruction part. I can get into that easily tomorrow. And the last thing I wanted to comment on was the crying student. Because the crying does not stop. I taught high school. It just changes. It changes tones. In fact, I have the honor of teaching a community college class one night a week. And I just taught my first class this Monday night, and I literally heard this from the other side of the room. This problem confuses me. And I was thinking, you know, if it didn't confuse you, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? It would have been obvious. So the crying turns into the whining, and I would say that you just have to get them used to realizing that being wrong is okay. You have to develop that. So I leave you with this math problem. There were 30 cows and 28 chickens. How many did not? Did you guys hear that one recently? You did that one in your class? No. I did it with you?
You didn't do it with us.
I only got like 3 jokes.
I know I did that class. The shepherd one was different. There's 125 sheep in a flock of 5. This one's different. There's 30 cows and 28 chickens. How many did not? You know the answer? Yeah. What do you got?
It's 10.
10? So there were 30 cows.
10 cows. Is that better?
10 cows, that's correct. 10 cows. There were 30 cows and 28 chickens. Yeah, so it's okay to be wrong, right? It's okay to explain your thinking. Thank you for that. You guys have fun with the car.
That's like smell Mississippi, right?
You have to be a little humor. Okay, so we're going to stop for break here in just a minute, but I want to get started down this road for just a few seconds. Reminder, we're done at 3 today. So we're only an hour and a half out, so we still have some stuff to do. So we need to move a little bit. I'm going to base the next piece on some work that was done by a lady named Carol Dweck. She wrote a book a few years ago called Mindset. And she is not an educator, she is a psychologist. And her whole quest down this road started. Psychologists tend to do experiments, except they do their experiments on people. And she brought a bunch of little kids in and had them do puzzles. And she wanted to see how kids did with challenging versus simple puzzles. And she realized right off the bat that kids saw puzzles differently. Some kids got an easy puzzle, cranked it out, and as soon as they were done with the easy puzzle, guess what they wanted? They wanted another easy puzzle. And then there was another group of kids that they got done with the easy puzzle and they asked for one that was harder. And she kept ramping up the hardness of them until they would get so challenged and so perplexed that the kids would say things like, I'm glad that I was challenged today. I was thinking they were all going to be easy. And yet when she tried the challenging problems on the ones that wanted the easy ones, they just quit. And she realized that all kids don't come in with the same stuff, right? And so she started analyzing these 2 ways of seeing things and realized that really people fall into 2 groups. And she categorized them as a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Now, I hate to tell you this, but as educators, I have heard some of the most fixed mindset statements come out from teachers. I'm going to share a few of them with you because I hear them all the time. When we say things like, well, yeah, that works great, but it won't work for... I mean, you've heard people say that, right? That is a completely fixed mindset statement. Or you'll say things like, I'm going to trip over that eventually. You'll hear teachers say things like, my kids would be successful if they came from a household where they got support. My kids would be successful if they came from a better socioeconomic status. My kids would be successful if the last year's teacher had done a better job with it. All of those things are a fixed mindset statement. You are already giving yourself an out. You're saying, I don't really have to be successful with these kids because they're already messed up. And so I don't even have to try. In other words, just give me an easy puzzle. You know, I taught AP Calculus for quite a few years. Those are the very best kids on the campus. And I remember a teacher one time, I was at an AP institute where all the teachers at this institute were AP teachers. And a teacher said to me, man, teaching AP classes, that's the hardest class to teach. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? The last 5 years I've been teaching, I teach Algebra 1 and AP Calculus. I'll take the AP Calculus over the Algebra 1 any day. Because I tell you what, anything you do with those AP Calculus kids, they just eat up, right? I mean, they got their notes, they are ready to go, man. They are driven kids. They are on it. Whereas you walk into an Algebra 1 class in high school, these kids are all below grade level. You've got to sing and dance and do whatever you can to get them into the mathematics, right? Because they've already checked out. It is way harder to reach those kids than it is the AP Calculus kids. Content, just leave that off. It's the engagement factor, right? So let's talk about this idea of mindset for a little while. Because not only do we have a fixed mindset, but we have kids who have an incredibly fixed mindset when it comes to learning mathematics. Or any subject. So, take you on a little journey here. Here's our growth mindset. How many of you have heard these statements before? If at first you don't succeed, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Heard, right? Rome was not built in a day. Those are growth mindset statements. What do you think, talk at your tables for about 30 seconds, what do you think the fixed mindset version of those statements would be? If that's the growth mindset, what would the fixed mindset If at first you don't succeed, you probably don't have the ability to succeed anyway. Nothing ventured. If you don't try, you don't lose anything, right? If Rome wasn't built in a day, then maybe it wasn't meant to be. Sorry. I keep getting the sign. I got to put the microphone. Okay, so, how does this impact us as educators? We're going to have this conversation for a little while. But to get us started down this road, I want to show you some people that were very successful, and we're going to talk about them and what made them successful. So the first one is Michael Jordan. Everybody know who Michael Jordan is? You probably have to. I don't think anybody in the world has not heard of Michael Jordan. I'm probably one of the more famous athletes ever. What was that? I heard something say. Did he really? Majored in geography in North Carolina. I don't know, there's a few facts you might not know about Michael Jordan. Fact number one, he was cut from his 8th grade basketball team. Anybody know that?
Yes. Yeah, I knew.
Didn't make the grade, cut him. Now, and as I'm telling you these things about Michael Jordan, think about what a growth mindset person would have done and what a fixed mindset person would have done. 8th grade team got cut. Okay? Makes it in high school. Has a decent high school career. goes to apply to go to college, has the college in mind that he wants to go to. He decides, this is the college I'm going to. You know what that college said to him? Nope. Don't want you. So he goes to North Carolina because they took him. So there was a university that was his first pick that I'm sure were kicking themselves for a while, right? Because he led North Carolina to a national championship. Here's the last one that you might not know. He gets done with college. He goes to go into the draft. He had an amazingly successful college career. National champions, North Carolina, right? And he goes to get drafted. The first two teams that had the opportunity to draft him passed. Chicago Bulls were not the first two teams. Chicago Bulls were the third team that had a chance to draft him. What do you think those first two teams thought down the road a little ways, right? Now, I've heard several clips from Michael Jordan over the years about how he viewed his failures in his life. And if you just Google inspirational quotes from Michael Jordan, he has tons of them up there. He saw, every time he saw something that, a failure, that something that he did that didn't work out the way he wanted to, he saw as an opportunity to overcome. And he turned into one of the best athletes, probably arguably, probably in the top 5 basketball players of all time. How many of you have ever heard of a guy named Jim Marshall? A couple of people. Played for the Vikings back in the 70s, 60s and 70s, a long time ago. He is very famous for one thing. He's the only professional athlete, football player, ever to do this. I'm going to show you the football clip of it actually happening. Only time it's ever happened in the history of the NFL. And he's the one that did it. Ready? I got to put my glasses on so I can see, but... Oh my goodness.
Looking. Now. Stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, losing the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way.
That was before Kansas Spark. They were playing. San Francisco had an important match. Yeah. Was I? Yes. Let me try to see if I can blow it up. Looking. Stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, losing the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way. Years later, the 49er came up to him and said, good job. Now, here's the question. He just, on national TV, he just did the stupidest thing a football player could possibly do. Televised, right? Recorded on YouTube forever. Now, what would a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset person do? A fixed mindset person would have quit playing football. I can't do this, obviously I suck. Right? So now let's think, what would a growth mindset person do? Or I'm going to fix it, right? I'm going to do better. He went out in the second half of that football game and had the best half of football game of his entire career. Jim Marshall had never been in a Pro Bowl before this year. The next 3 years after this, he was in the Pro Bowl. When you look at his statistics, he was just a mediocre player until this happened, and then his statistics go like this. He got better after this. Isn't that an interesting thought? This was a defining moment. Oh, I missed it.
I said he only had one way to go.
But it was a defining moment for him, right? Right? Most of us would have hung our head in shame and tried to hide from it, right? He used it as a defining moment to be better. Last person I want to talk about. Everybody knows Will Smith, right? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Kind of a rapper. A clean version of a rapper. The only rap you can actually play in front of your mother. He's actually a really good actor. Do you think he was naturally gifted with that talent? If you were to ask Will Smith, were you just born so successful? I mean, he's been in, think how many movies he's been in, how many franchises he's been part of. So I have a little video clip of Will Smith being interviewed over a course of many years. So it's just little clips of different interviews. So you'll see his age change as he goes through these interviews, but the message in each interview is exactly the same.
The separation of talent and skill is one of the greatest misunderstood concepts for people who are trying to excel, who have dreams, that want to do things. Talent you have naturally. Skill is only developed by hours and hours and hours of beating on your craft. I've never really viewed myself as particularly talented. Where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic. You know, while the other guy's sleeping, I'm working. While the other guy's eating, I'm working. There's no easy way around it. No matter how talented you are, your talent is going to fail you if you're not skilled. You know, if you don't study, if you don't work really hard and dedicate yourself to being better every single day, you'll never be able to communicate with people, with your artistry, the way that you want. So the only thing that I see that is distinctly different about me is I'm not afraid to die on a treadmill. You might have more talent than me, you might be smarter than me, but if we get on the treadmill together, right, there's two things. You're getting off first, or I'm going to die.
They're not going to make me quit, right? They're not going to make me quit.
So, did he see himself as being gifted with all this amazing talent? What did he attribute his success? Because none of us can argue he is a wildly successful person in his life, right? Hard work and perseverance. Hard work and perseverance. Now, he talked about the difference between skill and talent. Now, here's the problem. We have kids that are sometimes talented mathematically. What happens to their skill level when they actually have some mathematical talent? Is that they become very, very lazy when it comes to the skill piece, right? And then all of a sudden, what did he say about eventually, when, no matter how much talent you have, eventually you're going to hit that level where your talent is over. You can no longer do what is being asked of you talent-wise because now everybody's up here. And you don't have the skill set to get better because we haven't been working on our skill set. And now we're in trouble, right? So let's talk about how this applies to our students in our classroom. And to us as a profession. I have to tell you, I was a department chair at a high school, pretty decent sized high school, and had a brand new teacher, brand new, right out of college. And one of the hardest things as a department chair is I'm trying to build a department as a cohesive department, right? And I had a brand new teacher. One of the very first things he told me is, because I have a degree in mathematics, I already know everything I need to know. It's like, okay, wait till the kids chew you to pieces. He really felt like he was all that and a bag of chips, and he didn't need to get better and work on his craft as a teacher. And so at the end of that first year, we didn't elect to, and he wasn't bad, but he didn't see himself ever needing to get better. I saw that as an issue. Because I'm 24 years in, and I see every day an opportunity for me to get better. And all too often, we as educators get in this status quo mode, right? Where we just pull out the worksheets we did last year and stick them back in the machine and pass them back out again. I get these packets of homework for my kids when they were going through elementary school. My kids are out now, but I'd swear those homework packets had been through a copy machine about 6,000 times. They were like 20th generation because they were so hard to read. It's ridiculous. It's like, come on, retype it, please. It's pathetic, right? But you can tell that the teachers put no thought into that. And sometimes the math packet has all this stuff in it, and I'm asking my kids, what are you doing in math? And they'll tell me, like, that has nothing to do with what's in your math packet. Well, it's math packet 27, and we did math packet 26 last week, right? So that teacher is on cruise control, right? Just passing out the packets and turning the page in the book, not trying to beat on her craft or his craft, right? We're asking you in this next 3 years to beat on your craft, to be better in 3 years than you are today. That's what we're asking in this grant. We're asking you to have a growth mindset. Get out of the rut, even if you don't feel like you're in one. Okay. Let's talk about our students' mindsets now. Do you think all kids like math? So here's the first conversation at your table. Why do some kids like math and some kids not like math? So that's the conversation at your table. You got 2 minutes. Go.
The main reason is because they don't feel successful. They feel young. From the way math is taught, the way math is taught to absolutely. You know what? I was getting ready to put up my chart, and then I thought, I'm not going to place it. I'm not going to put it up. Darren was right. He goes, how would you feel if you're there and you have the 1 star sitting next to the kid who has because they're able to memorize it. What mindset are you creating for that kid? You know, because what is my little guy what type of thing is so very
Okay, I'm going to bring you back in. Why do you think some kids like math and some kids don't like math? And I guarantee you, my profession, being a math person, I consider myself a math educator. When people ask me what I do and I tell them, I get blank looks most of the time. And I get people saying, oh, man, I hated math. Probably 2 out of 3 people I meet give me a negative about math. And you have kids in your room that when you say it's math time, they're not excited about that. Why? So what did you share at your tables? Why are some kids fearful, don't like it, and some kids are okay with it? Yeah?
Not my students, but my children is, what is this going to do for me? You know, what does this mean? It means nothing. Why am I doing this?
So some kids don't see the relevance. They don't see a purpose behind it. I got that because of direct instruction. They didn't earn the right? So we already had that conversation. Good. What else?
Math facts came up at our table, and so we were talking about how some kids just get that automatically, and so they're rushing through them and they're passing them very quickly, but then you have the kids that really do want to try at math, but they don't find success because half the class is beating them at math facts every day, and so you're losing them even before they've really gotten started enjoying math.
I don't know if you guys realize this, but they say that the timed math tasks are the most destructive things for kids. They're terrible for kids and their self-perception of how they do math. I'm going to show you a video in a few minutes of a math researcher. She's out of Stanford, named Joe Bowler. But she tells a story about a famous mathematician of our time. He won the Fields Medal, which the Fields Medal in mathematics is like the Nobel Prize of mathematics. It's quite the honor to get the Fields Medal. So this guy's pretty top-notch mathematician. And he said in an interview one time that when he was in elementary school, he thought he was the stupidest person in class because he was always the last one to be done with the time test. And here this guy is, a mathematician who's won the Fields Medal, was the slowest at the time tests. There's a difference between being slow and being good and being understanding. He was slow because he was analyzing the relationships of what was happening when he was multiplying or adding or doing whatever he was asked to do. When he's going 9 times 3, he's thinking, well, I can go 10 times 3 and take 1. He's probably thinking of other ways to get an answer than just a memorization of a fact, right? So speed does not necessarily mean the end-all, be-all when it comes to mathematics. Yeah, so time test issue. And it creates real anxiety. And anxiety with kids, they've shown that there are parts of your brain that you need to be able to process mathematics. When you have anxiety, it shuts that part of the brain down. So it's not helping our kids. What else do you guys think about reasons why kids fear math or don't like math?
Well, I've seen it when they struggle with homework in particular. Parents will sometimes say, gee, I wasn't good at math either. Must be genetic.
Yeah. The dreaded math gene, right? Yeah, it's interesting that there's a lot of people who really think there's a math gene. That some people have it, and some people, which is the most ludicrous thing in the world. Okay, so some kids, right. So I totally agree. She said some kids don't have a strength in that area. Now, here's where I'm going to disagree. Even though some kids are better right now at math than others, I'm going to pose this at you. The kids that are better at math at this moment, they're better at math because of the experiences they've had up to this point that have created that ability. Did everybody catch that?
Okay. Then we also had the argument, you did this one undergrad, kind of like someone said, why do I need this? So then we talk about what exactly do we need? How far do we need to go to survive in our world? And that depends on what some people are like, I'm good. I'm never going to do algebra.
I actually have a t-shirt that I bought because I saw somebody else wear it, and I went and I saw somebody walking down the street with that shirt, and I was so intrigued by it, I went and looked it up online and ordered one. And it says, I made it through another day without having to use algebra. And as an algebra teacher, I thought that was hilarious, so I just had to have that shirt. Now, agree that there's this relevance piece, and some kids haven't bought into the relevance. I think that math can be interesting without relevance. The whole idea that we did with the puzzle today, where trying to figure out this relationship, was interesting. There's no relation to the real world. That's not going to help me figure out how much my groceries are going to cost. I'm not going to have to figure out my checkbook by using this, except Space 10 kind of helps a little bit. But math can be interesting without relevance. In fact, I just heard a talk the other day where, because of Common Core, a lot of the attention is being put on making math relevant. And one of the people said in this talk was, the real world is overrated. And the reason why he said that is, where do most kids spend their time outside of the classroom? Video games. Where was the last time you saw a video game that had anything to do with the real world? It's Fantasyland, right? And the kids spend hours there, and it has nothing to do with reality. In fact, one of the most popular video games is a game called Portal. And how many of you have ever played Portal? I never have, but he mentioned it because all through this video game, you take tests in a video game to get from one level to the next. And kids pay money for this game and play willingly and give their time to take tests. And it has nothing to do with reality. He gave this example. How many of you have ever played Angry Birds? Flick the little bird across, right? At the height of Angry Birds, when it first came out, it was quite the obsession for a little while, right? It was pretty everywhere. When Angry Birds first came out, and you played it, you all played it. At the height of Angry Birds, there were 200 million minutes a day being spent worldwide playing Angry Birds. If you had channeled that much energy, that much manpower that they spent playing Angry Birds, you could have built 11 Panama Canals per day. So, and does Angry Birds have anything to do with reality? No, you're flicking birds and pigs. Right? Come on. And yet, right? But here's what video games have that we need to somehow adopt into our math classrooms. And we're going to talk about this in a minute and push it a little further. In a video game, and I did this playing Angry Birds all the time, if I pulled back the string and let that first bird go, and it didn't go where I wanted it to go, and there was 6 more birds back there, do you think I went through all 6 of those birds? If my first bird didn't get what I wanted it to do, what did I do? I hit reset and I started over again. You all did that too, you know you did. You didn't go through all those birds, you know you were going to win, so why do it? Now, the reason why kids like video games is there is a low cost of failure. When I fail, I just get to hit reset. Woohoo! In a math class, when kids fail, they get a big old fat F on their paper and they get a score that follows them around for the whole year. There's a really high risk of failure. And when they offer an opinion in front of the whole class and they're wrong in front of their peers, is that a low cost of failure? Somehow we've got to make a math class have a lot lower cost of failure for our students. so that they are willing to risk and try, right? But math doesn't have to be real world, because I venture that math can be really interesting without the real world application. There's lots of real world applications too. I'm not going to knock real world applications in mathematics. And people use math in the real world every day and they don't even realize they're doing it. Give you an example? Where's my 6th grade teachers? 6th grade teachers, loud crowd, right? One of the biggest things with ratios is you do this thing called unit rate. Everything you look at in the store is labeled a unit rate. When you go to buy a box, it says it costs $1.69 per box. When you buy a gallon of gas, it costs $3.09 per gallon. That is a unit rate. We're teaching our kids how to analyze things by y equals kx. If k is the unit rate, x is the number of gallons, y is the total cost it's going to cost to fill up your gas tank. You use algebra every single day, you don't even realize you do. Now, I'm going to step away from that argument. So, here's the thing. We have kids in our classroom that don't like math because of the experiences that they've had up till this moment. Now, here's the next conversation. If we know that, and research, I'm going to show you the research in a second. If we know that it's the experiences that kids have that determine their success in mathematics, how does that change our role as a teacher? If we know it's the experiences that matter.
We're empowered.
Okay, so talk at your table. What does that really mean, empowered to do what? Talk at your table for a minute about what, if experiences there is, and what's our job? Okay, so what's our role? As teachers, if we know experiences are the key, if kids that are exceptional in math have just had different experiences than kids that are not exceptional in math, then what's our role as a teacher? What you guys talking about? What's your role?
Be positive.
Okay.
Not second nature to go, oh no, that's not, you know.
So be positive about when kids make mistakes, especially, right?
When we're talking about like, we make a big assessment, walking around, oh God, you're on, we'll check that again. You know, that was that.
Right, right. But when you say check your math again, use that check your math again as a learning experience. Can you tell me where in that problem you made your mistake? Can you tell me why you did it? And I'm going to come back in a minute and have you explain that to me. So you're valuing the fact that they went through a process, and now you're actually getting at where they made that mistake and you can fix it, right? Okay, I'm going to... We need to take a break, like, soon. So I'm going to show you a really quick video. When the video's over, when you go to break, I want you to be talking about what you saw in this video. This is Joe Bowler.
Researching about how we recognize colleagues and students. Especially for maths teachers and parents. But first let's look at some of the recent things that have been learned about the brain. And the key finding that everyone is talking about is what is referred to as brain plasticity. So people used to think that some people had the brain for maths or other subjects and some didn't, but recently there have been stunning examples of brain growth. Now, the brain isn't actually made of plastic, but the idea of neuroplasticity refers to the lifelong capacity of the brain to change and rewire itself. In fact, there have been stunning examples of the brain's ability to create new neurons and connections in recent years. So when learning happens as synapse fires, electric currents fire and create new neurons and connections between neurons. And the paths of a synapse are like footprints in the sand. They can become firm paths if they're traveled a lot, or without use, they wash away. And the brain is so flexible, it's changing by the minute. It's losing and gaining connections. You may even be gaining or losing, hopefully the former, synapse connections right now. So let me introduce you now to the life of a London cab driver. All London drivers have to learn 320 routes that help them remember and learn the 25,000 streets and 20,000 landmarks and places of interest within a 6-mile radius of Charing Cross in London. So it's extremely complex, and they have to pass a test which is called the knowledge. All black cab drivers have to have passed the knowledge. It takes between 2 and 4 years to pass the All London knowledge, and once you're licensed, you can work anywhere in the Greater London area. Here's a photo of London streets. As you can see, there's no grid structure in London. So what the researchers found is that the taxi drivers go through a training period, and by the end of their training period, the hippocampus had grown. When they retire from being a black cab driver later in life, the hippocampus shrinks back down again. They also found, they compared the brains of London taxi drivers with London bus drivers. The London bus drivers don't have to learn such a complex set of routes, and found that the hippocampus of taxi drivers was bigger than the bus drivers. So the region of the hippocampus that had grown is specialised in acquiring and using complex spatial information in order to navigate efficiently. So a second example of brain growth was a 9-year-old girl who had half of her brain removed. She was having fits, and they literally took out one hemisphere, and at first her whole left side was paralysed. But she amazed doctors as within weeks she'd grown connections back, and eventually, in a very short time, developed all of her functions back, and that was because of the incredible and fast growth of her brain. And then the third example that was interesting, researchers at the National Institute of Mental Health found that after a 3-week intervention, 3 weeks of working differently, participants in the experiment changed the structure of their brains. So we now know that all students, maybe except those with a very specific learning disability, but all other students can achieve at the highest levels in maths in all levels of school, K right up to the end of high school. And other countries that believe this about students do a lot better than we do in the US or the UK, so countries such as Japan. So here's the irony. Children can develop half a brain or change their brain significantly, yet we think kids can't develop a few neurons they need to learn algebra. Many people think that some kids are capable or smart or high ability, whatever you want to call it, and some are not. Now, we all know students come into maths classes with some of them finding work easier, some finding it really challenging. But that doesn't reflect their potential for future work. What it tells you is that students have been having different experiences since childhood, and some of those experiences have been causing synapses to fire and some haven't. So as teachers, our job is really to disrupt the trajectories of students who haven't had challenging experiences, and it's to provide all students with the richest and most challenging environment possible. If their brain can change in 3 weeks, think what students can do over the course of a year with the right materials. So to recap, brain research tells us a number of things. It tells us every child can excel in mathematics in school, from elementary to high school. It tells us about the potential of the brain to grow, no matter where students start from, and that potential is huge. It tells us that every new learning experience changes your ability. Even though we think of students as having a certain ability or not, being high or low, every experience can change that ability. So we use fixed ability language all the time, high and low kids, and we need to rethink that. So scientists know that kids can develop the wiring to learn any maths in school, but many teachers and parents still believe in a kind of natural ability, and a number of schools, probably most schools, are still set up on outdated models of fixed ability thinking. So if you wanted to take on this new evidence on brain growth and ability, how would it change what you do? In your classroom, if you're a teacher, or in your interactions as a parent or another helper, or in your school, if you're an administrator or a leader who's planning schools?
So we'll go back to that list that she had just a few slides ago. We'll come back and break. So take a break. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. chair. I just want to go back to these really quick. And this is the one I want to focus on for just a second as we think about fixed versus growth mindset and our responsibility in helping our students have a growth mindset when it comes to mathematics. When they've looked at kids and their math success, what they found is that a lot of students, even some of our successful students, have an incredibly fixed mindset when it comes to math. And I heard several of you in this room say, I wasn't born with a math gene. That is a fixed mindset, right? You either have it or you don't. And what does all the research say now is that every kid can do math. It's the experiences they have that dictate where they are in that continuum. So one of our main roles as educators is to create experiences for our students that will allow them to all learn mathematics. So this middle one right here, every learning experience can change a child's ability. You have to create experiences that will take even the lowest kid and bring them up. Now I'm not saying if this is the continuum and you got some kids up here and some kids down here, I don't expect you to get that kid down here all the way to here. That's not, I mean, that's an unrealistic expectation. But if you put the expectation level up here, the kid down here might come to here, right? You got to grow everybody. But what happens all too often is we set our sight here because we have a bunch of kids down here. We set our sight here, and yeah, they'll come up to here maybe. But then what happened to the kid that was up here? They come down. So our job is to create these high demand tasks for our kids and then teach them that it's okay to be wrong. Somebody said to me a second ago, failure is the first attempt in learning. And we need to teach them that you actually get more synapses to fire when you make a mistake than you do when you get something right. And the reason they found for that is because when you have an emotional response to something, that creates a bigger opportunity to learn is when you have an emotional response. Do you have an emotional response when you got something wrong? We all do. And that's where the learning happens, right? So you want to have that ooh, why did I get that wrong? And then teach them how to push through that, right? That perseverance. Okay. Now, a little quiz for you. You already did it? On your tables, you have a template that has fixed and growth mindset and an envelope that has a whole bunch of little slips in it. As a table, really quick, arrange them into which ones you think are fixed and which ones you think are growth mindset.
You guys want to do it all together? All right.
Sure that there's the same number on each side. There should be the exact same number on each side.
Use learning strategies to maximize
suggestion, they might want to come in and have that
Okay, most of you are done with the matching game. Now, hopefully you realize that some of those fixed mindset characteristics you see in yourself a little bit, right? Hopefully you realize that this grant is about moving you towards the growth mindset aspect. Now, we're going to pose a couple of math questions to you to end the day. And we want to test your mindset as it comes to these math problems. So if you can get an answer really quickly, great. See if you can do it another way. See if you can represent it multiple ways. How would your kids do the problem? Okay, so I'm going to turn the mic over to Eric, and I'm going to go around and collect the mindset matching game from you guys. And there you go.
Okay, my name's Eric, and I'm a math consultant at FCOE also, and they gave me the last 25 minutes of the day. Which will just be really fun, right? And if I worked with K1 during the last week, so you probably remember me, I was the straight man for Mike. I just lobbed them up and he would joke about them. But and all my daughters have gone through Lincoln, so go Lincoln Lions. Just a little shout out there. Okay. No one else cheered. All right, so we just handed out a problem of the month, and this is a series of problems that comes from InsideMathematics.org. If you haven't looked at that yet, it's a great site, great resource. How many of you have gone there before? I see just a few hands. I highly recommend going there, especially if you're looking for problems to challenge your kids with. And the thing about the problem of the month, or the fun thing about the problem of the month, is that it's leveled. So every single one of them starts level A, and that's the one that you can see on the front. And it should be accessible K all the way through. So they start with the idea of a low floor and getting your kids engaged, no matter what level they are and whatever grade level they are. It starts with that level A. So what I'm going to ask you to do is go ahead and take a look at level A if you haven't already started, and solve it the way that you think your kids would solve it and at your grade level that you teach, and then solve it a second way, any way that you want. Just first page, yeah. Just level A for right now. You're welcome to look at level B and level C. But 2 ways that you solve level A. So some of you are finishing up the second way and I hear conversations going. As you finish, go ahead and turn to 2 or 3 people around you and just share some of the couple ways that you solved it. See if it's the same or different than the person next to you.
How you doing?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call your attention back up here. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer to put their couple solutions under the doc cam and just share how they approach this. I know it's big and scary, standing up here in front. And this is where I practice my wait time.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Ready to come up and put it under there? Good.
Explain it? Want me to explain what I did? Well, I did what I thought they would do in transitional kindergarten. We don't have McGraw-Hill, by the way. So I read the problem. 33 students are in Mrs. Brown's class. So here's 33 students, okay? And she bought 6 packs for her class. So I gathered that she needed 1 drink for each student. So she needed 33 drinks. So I circled groups. I did grouping. Circled groups of 6. And that gave me 5 carriers for the 6 packs, but there was a remainder of 3, so she needed 1 more carrier for those 3. Okay, and then I did the same strategy for the second math problem for 22 students, and she needed 5 carriers for a complete 4-pack, and then 1 carrier for 2 extra. Okay, do I get a sticker?
sticker for sure, and she volunteered first, right out of TK. Hello. Anyone else solve it a different way than the way that she just showed? And you're willing to come up? Yes.
So in the next, I'm a kindergarten teacher, so this is how my kids after TK would have solved it. So I went there, I knew there were 6 in each pack, so I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, until I got to 33, and I circled each group of 6, so I knew that there would needed to be 6 students. And I did the same thing with these. I knew there needed to be 4 in each one. So when I got to a group of 4, I circled it. And when I got to 22, I knew that's how many packs there were.
Awesome. Give her a round. Thank you. One more way. Anybody do it a different way than that?
We're going to jump to upper grade. And we do repeated addition in upper grade. So we have just groups of 6, but we hold them abstractly in our minds, so we don't have to write out the 6 cans. And so just repeated addition up until I knew I had more than the 33 students. And that gave me 6 carriers for the 6 packs, and then repeated addition of 4s for each 4 pack up until I got 24, which is more than the 22. And I had 6 carriers for each group.
Thank you very much. Is there one more way? Anybody have anything different from that? 5th and 6th grade teachers? No? Yeah, that was a 5th grade teacher, but she did repeated addition. I'm just wondering if there was any other way besides repeated addition or grouping. You want to come up?
Alright, I did decomposing of numbers using numbers that the kids counting by 5s, 1s, and 2s. So I decomposed the 6-pack into a 5 and a 1, and then the 4-pack into 2 and 2. So for this one I counted by 5s first, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then I went back and I said 31, 32, 33. So I knew I needed to have 6 groups. And then I got to skip count by 2s, and I still needed 6 kids.
Right. Give her a round of applause. Awesome. Thank you so much. If you just keep asking, people will eventually come up because they feel pressure. I'll stop. I'll stop. Go ahead and turn to B. I'm not going to make you do it. Don't worry. Don't stress. So I just wanted to look at B with you. Now, we are always trying to find engaging problems for our students, right? That's something that will draw them in. For me, when I looked at this, and same thing with some of the guys that I was working on it with, this was not an engaging problem for me, and I just want to skip it. But you may find it engaging, and your kids may find it engaging. You will know them better than I do, right? So if you think that it's an engaging problem and you'd like to look at it at some point, that's great. Or if you think your kids would enjoy it, that's great. It's supposed to, level B, generally speaking, goes up to like a 3rd through 5th, maybe 6th grade grade level. And then that kind of maxes out. As you turn to the next page then, level C moves up into kind of a middle school type thing, but it could be a challenge for your 6th graders. But by the way, I was able to, I'm very much the elementary math guy in the group. I taught a little bit of middle school, but I taught almost all elementary. And everyone else who's been up here in front of you is high school. So I tend to work with K1, 2, 3 now, but that's not necessarily what I always taught. But I was able to solve C with just drawing a picture. Okay, so C is still accessible in terms of just drawing a picture, right? D, however, I just wanted to, oh, I lost it, here it is. D, however, if you turn to D, these were some of the attempts that were made this morning on D, and I have no idea what any of it means, really. I I think W stands for wait and G stands for goal. But after that, it just starts to go continuously all the way down the page. And I don't even think it has a final solution on that page. And it kept going. Okay? So, you can decide how much you want to challenge yourself. If you are a math geek at heart, you may love that problem and play around with it, because the math geeks in the back played with it all morning trying to figure out what the answer was. And I never got there. It goes beyond what I'm interested in. Just being honest. I'm going to call Jeff over real quickly before he comes over, though. Again, InsideMathematics.org. Inside Mathematics is all one word. You can find these problems of the month there, and they are extremely well-written, entertaining questions that are leveled for your kids and accessible.
URL is going to be in my PowerPoint that's going to go up on the...
If you couldn't hear that, he said that URL, the Inside Mathematics website, will be in his PowerPoint. That's going to be shared inside the folder, so you don't even really have to worry about writing it down.
Can we give the three guys a thank you? Just one last thing about the leveled problems that I love. I was at a workshop one time with the director of the guy who put this on. He said the reason why he likes those leveled problems is because he can give a leveled set of problems to his kids, and a kid, like a problem of the week or something, or a problem of the month, and get as far as you can. And if a kid spent all month on level A, he said, great, they spent a month on problem solving. And if they got to level B, he said, great, they spent a month on problem solving. And if they got to C, great, they spent a month on problem solving. He wasn't concerned with how far they got, he was concerned with the fact that they spent a month on problem solving to solve a problem, and that perseverance. Just a couple of things before we go. My notes. You may have noticed today, for those of you who were here last week, today was a lot different than what we did last week. Okay? It's purposeful. Okay? It was a lot of information that got thrown out that was thrown at you last week, right? That's what I meant. No, not like we're getting rid of everything we did. We wanted you to sit in your school groups on purpose and not just in your grade level teams, because there was some concern, especially from some of the groups that have smaller groups. I'm the only person from my grade level at my set. We wanted you to see, look, you have a whole network of people at your school who are learning the same things. Every school has at least 4 people who are in this grant. So you have people you can talk to. So that's something. Just to remind you, November 2nd is our next day like this, and it's going to look different again. We'll probably have you possibly split up into grade level teams again and doing some other things. Something that's important to know about this grant, it's not all about CGI and lesson study. It's about professional development. So these days that we're doing, these 3 follow-up days, those are professional development to help support what we're doing in those other things. Like talking about mindset, working on some more problems, looking at how can we utilize textbook, how can we utilize technology. We are required by the grant to spend 1 day each year talking about special populations of students, EL students, special ed students, those types of things. So that's all part of the thing. So these 3 breakout days are going to look different than the summer intensive. They're built to help support some of those ideas. So if you were expecting more of what you got last week, that's why it was different. Expect emails from Jennifer Denton and Nia Zhang in the next couple of weeks to tell you this is where we're meeting for our embedded day for the CGI stuff. This is where we're going to start meeting for our lesson study stuff. They're going to start contacting principals and some of you and asking, do you have a room? Do you have a place so we can post? So you're going to start getting that schedule done. And last thing that I have, last week on Friday, you guys wrote a letter to yourself. Okay? We would like to collect those letters to yourself. Okay, some of you already turned them in, okay? Some of you didn't. So we're going to have someone at this door over here. Just a second. We're going to have someone at the door over here and the door over here for you to turn in that. Here's the reason why. Because in about 5 or 6 weeks, I want to put them in the mail and have them show up in your mailbox so you can remind yourself what you said you learned and wanted to do, okay? So make sure you do that. And if you had homework in your group that needed to be turned in, don't collect that also. There's no evaluation for today. That's all I have. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time.